Hi. Hello. Happy Monday. I was gonna turn on a funny little thing where it would make it so that I was grayscale, but you know what? For as much as we may be looking at grayscale designs, I am not feeling gray today. I am feeling, probably, actually blue sounds too sad. I think I am feeling a little bit chilly, which is why I was gonna say blue, but that works as grayscale well enough. Hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator, T-posing extraordinaire, and I hope that you are feeling maybe slightly intimidated by my beautiful mage-like form that I have here before you. Edward, thank you for resubscribing, welcome back! Ready to have a great time with these VTuber designs. Oh ho 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 ho. I am also. Oh. Something has happened. Happy Halloween! I'm definitely doing something. Hey, in case you were wondering, I am the eldritch deity of the beaches that way. Can I close my hand? Will it let me? Oh, it won't. I swear to you that I am the eldritch god of the beaches that way. Oh wait, now I have limbs. Now I can gesture. Something has gone wrong. And Cinda, have you summoned me for any particular reason here? My debt to Selma has not been paid. Why are you in debt to Selma? Please tell me you aren't making deals with the devil. Not that Selma is the devil, but I guess Selma associates maybe with the devil? As a sheep of some sort? I don't quite actually know how that goes, but I'm intrigued to know. I read somewhere that gray is America and gray is English. Oh, we are not going to get into how to spell both things. I think something with souls. I believe the deal was for art of some kind? Ah, okay, so the deal involved turning me into a lovely broom you could use to sweep your garage with? Rushy, rushy, rushy. Hey, don't wait, hang on, I'm cleaning out your PC. I'm cleaning your monitor. Reach up to this corner, get all those cobwebs out of there. It is the holiday season. Oh, this is actually challenging. I'm trying to do it with my head. I guess I could drag myself around manually, but where's the fun in that? Are you sending me hearts for cleaning your PC? You are so welcome. Also, we finally got watch streaks. We finally got watch streaks. I feel like I am the last person to have gotten a watch streak. For that to be a thing involved on their stream. Every other stream I ever go to, I have watch streaks on. I never get to see them on mine. Finally. Oh, Master Emerald, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. You only get one of those a month, and I'm honored that you would use it on me. Oh my gosh, hang on, wait. Too many things happening. Help. Corey, thank you for gifting a sub to these shroommates. If you got gifted a sub like Corey, please say thank you. Also, Striker, thank you for gifting 5 subs to these shroommates. That was very kind of you. Very kind of you both. Shroommates, can you, A, say thank you if you got a gifted sub, B, rotate for all the gifters. Oh wait, hang on, we're still going. Happy Overwhelm EG Monday. Edward, thank you for also gifting 5 subs. What the heck? We achieved the sub goal for today, which means I may have a little sneak peek of something to show you. Maybe, mayhaps I show you a thing. But thank you guys. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure you are saying thank you, as I am also saying thank you. Also, I'm enjoying seeing you all redeeming your watch streaks or your stream streaks. They're good. I'm happy to see them. A sneak of peek. No, I'm not playing Peak on stream, although I definitely could. I had considered forcing Jubby to buy the game known as Peak, because I feel like that would be an interesting kind of game for the two of us to attempt to play together, because I already have it. And it is not an easy game. I'm not that much of a gamer, but I feel like Jubby would have a fun time with it. Happy watch streak. Also, it's Ace Pride week, so happy Ace Pride for any cake/garlic wow bread loving friends out there. Oh, my horse. I hadn't noticed. I think I have a tail right now. Intriguing. I did not know it was Ace week. Happy Ace week, fellas. I am of the asexual orientation. Happy Ace Pride this week. To all of you who are, and all of you who celebrate, mayhaps. I hope you're aware of asexuals, because now you're aware. I'm here. You have to be aware. What is this There's somehow my head is getting wider and I don't know why. Oh, that actually might be my pigtails. I've definitely created a needle that I can poke you in the eye with. Actually, viewers still got plus 350 points for a 3+ stream watch streak before this pop-up. Oh, okay, so now I get to see, and that is what is occurring. Intriguing. Now I can spy on your watch streaks, which is interesting. May my provider fix their cell tower. You are in my thoughts. Eldritch EG will maybe bestow you with their best effort of things functioning. Cell tower Euler function be upon ye. Wah! I've given you power, the best that I can. Will it work? Don't know. EG's normal again? No, I'm not. I'm never normal. What do you mean EG is normal again? I have horse ears and I have pigtails. What about this is normal? Also, my son is getting Mike Wazowski'd right now. Let me fix that. Gary, you feeling shy today? Is it because you're a little bit intimidated by the fact that it is Monday and we have some critiques to do? Is that how you're feeling? Are you scared because they're grayscale? You're afraid that they're just like a little bit scarier than usual? Here, come over here, son. There we go. That's better. Come over here. Be my left-hand man. Thank you. Not eldritchified. That's a better way of putting it. I don't think I'm ever particularly normal. I feel like you guys would probably agree with that too. But anyways, hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist, Fungi, art educator. Today we are looking at grayscale, or at least predominantly grayscale VTuber designs. We'll get there. I got a little housekeeping to do first. Just a little housekeeping as a treat, because we just have to cover a couple of things. So, if you have noticed, just in like our planning for this week, I'm gonna be live at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Thank you to the kind shroom, which I believe was Star, who alerted me that somehow I still goofed up my schedule thing on Discord. I think it's because I'm still under the weather, so everything I'm doing is like 80% slower than usual. But real early hours, there may be, depending on if it's done in time, there may be a sneak peek of something that will get its like own like cool fun thing about it at some other point, but there may just be a sneak peek of something, because it's gonna make potentially the collab just incrementally easier for all of us, maybe. I'm hoping that it will be done in time, so we will see about that. But I'm going to be playing a game that is probably somebody with aphantasia's worst nightmare. It's called Drawn from Memory. And I'm playing with Vil, and also with Kuni, and also with Leia, who are some lovely artist VTuber compatriots. And we are streaming very early in the morning because we are worldwide fellas. Therefore, not everyone has a good time zone overlap, so I decided I'd be a morning, and that would make it a little bit easier, mayhaps. So if you can't make it, that is a-okay, and that goes for the mods as well. I have a feeling things will be a little bit more chill. But if you want to watch me struggle to draw things because I have aphantasia, and also meet the lovely fellas who I will be hanging out with, and maybe also see a sneak peek, you should stop by on Wednesday. Evening stream! Yeah, Rex, is this an evening stream as opposed to being middle of the night or first thing in the morning for you? I don't know what time it is in your time zone, but I feel like I stream at a really weird time for you. I am just like Pitbull, except I'm a horse. So not just like Pitbull, I'm not in fact a dog at all. And mess up the newly acquired view streak? No way. Oh no! I guess I am gonna be goofing it up for people. I guess that would make it real hard. Alive would have a better time, I think, too. Oh yeah, because I do stream, I think, middle of the night for Alive also. Finally a stream midday for me and not night. Yeah, look at that. AM stream. This is a EU and potentially Asia-friendly stream, maybe. Usually stream at like 8 p.m. here. Oh, that's not terrible, but I am streaming till midnight, I guess. But yeah, Wednesday, that is happening. Then also this week, Originally, I was going to make our extra credit due this week. I decided against it. It's due next week. It's due next week because next Thursday we're going to do the showcase stream. This Friday there was something I wanted to do instead, so, or not instead, but just like first kind of. So yeah, due next week. If you would like to do another one, or do more, or do something, or do one in the first place, go for it. You've got more time. So it's due next Thursday. Preferably by like an hour before our usual stream start time, if possible. But we'll just be doing a little bit of like a showcase and looking at all of them and seeing how cute they are. And then we'll talk about what potentially our next extra credit will be after that. Oh, also for general updates, depending on my health, the partner celebration may be the first week of November, depending on how I'm feeling. I am much better now than I was a week ago, but I'm still not great. Much better is still not, like, if we're talking, like, last Tuesday and not last Friday, but the previous Friday, I was probably about, like, 20% well-being. I was not feeling so great. I would say now I am probably up to about 50 to 60% functioning and trying to be a person. I am so drowsy. I am so eepy all the time. Turns out when your heart is beating incredibly fast, it wears you out. And then also when you take medication that the main side effect of is drowsiness, that makes you sleepier. I have learned these things. But I'm feeling a bit better. I'm not in as much discomfort, thankfully. Thank you guys for the hearts and well wishes, but we'll be seeing, depending on how I'm feeling for that. Because the goal, theoretically, not the goal, but like the plan for the partner celebration is we're streaming every day that week, theoretically, because we're celebrating both YouTube partner anniversary and Twitch partner anniversary. So I wanted to do, like, you know, we've had a bunch of stuff in the progress, or in the works for a while, so I want to, if we're gonna stream 5 days in a row, be doing well. Which I feel like you guys would understand. But also, thankfully, this is also allowed, because there were a couple of projects that I just had to tie loose ends up about before then. And because I've been unwell and I'm working slower on things, I just needed to tie up loose ends. And tying up loose ends, which normally for a healthy EG would take like an hour or 3 for each of the like 3 things I need to just like polish off. I finished one of them and it took me like 9 hours. So I'm working slow. Yes, I am googly. So it's buying me more time, which is good. For EG, don't worry, I'm okay. I am just not full speed EG. Despite what it may seem, where I'm like getting more done on stream than usual, I am not the quickest of EG out there, but what can you do? We'll get through it together. And I will say, this is just like one last thing to address about the health situation before we move on to other topics here, which is, I have received a pretty decent number of DMs about people concerned about the fact that I am still streaming, and concerned about the fact that I am streaming, I guess, as much as I am while being unwell. And let me rest assured. Let me reassure you that, don't worry, I am doing the things that I need to do to take care of my health, thankfully. I'm not allowed to exercise right now, so for as strange as it sounds, me sitting in my chair for an extended amount of time is actually exactly what the doctor ordered. I'm not allowed to do things to get my heart rate up. So, don't worry, I'm taking care of myself. If I need to take a day off, or if I need to end a stream early, I will do so. I am an adult. I will be able to take care of myself and know when to call it. I've done it historically before. I didn't have to do it last week. We were pretty lucky, but, you know, I have some good days, bad days with this. Fingers crossed we have only good days this week, like last week, but we'll see. I'll let you know. And also, like, kind of above all else, streaming just puts me in a better mood. So, like, the fact that I'm not, like, feeling super well, being on stream allows me a couple hours of escapism from my own things that are going on in my life, which is nice, and I enjoy it. And I have a note that's pasted directly in front of my PC, which is my note of, hey, EG, if you're having a bad day and you're thinking about canceling stream because you're, like, not feeling up to it, because you're just sad, stream. You will feel better afterwards. And I'm always right. every time I'm like, well, I'm kind of sad today. The seasonal affective is kicking in. Maybe I shouldn't. I read my sticky note and I'm like, okay, I'll do it anyway. And then I do it anyway and I end up feeling better. So take it easy. Don't worry, I am. I'm taking it easy. I'm doing my best. I'm taking care of myself. I am drinking my beverages. I am doing the best that I can. But yeah, sometimes canceling things is not what I need. Sometimes the normalcy of continuing to stream, you know, showing up here, hanging out with y'all, is what I need. So thank you all for providing me a place where I can do that. Thank you all for being here. But yeah, don't worry about me too much. Don't worry about me. All is well that can be, and I will take good care of myself. You gotta trust me on that one. You gotta trust and believe the EG. No, thank you, EG. No, thank you. No. No, thank you. Our hero. Who is our hero? Is it Gary? Gary, did you hear that? The shroommates think you're a hero. I don't know what you did. I'm not really sure. I guess eating concrete makes you quite admirable to the other little shrooms that take a similar shape and size as you. Ouchie. But to hear that, you're a hero, Gary. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. You have the healing speed of my mom, where it takes 3 months to heal properly.
I save everyone with how cute I am.
Yes, you do, Gary! You do! You save me every day with your beautiful smiling little face and your lovely little anecdotes that you add to my day. Thank you, Gary. I do agree with this. But yes, I do tend to heal from things pretty slowly. When I get sick, if Jubby and I both get the same cold, Jubby will be sick for 2 weeks and I'll be sick for like 3 maybe. So whatever amount of time it takes somebody to recover from sinus tachycardia, add a third of that time on top to me, maybe. Which I did find out. What I have going on may just go away. It might just stop for no reason. It might just take it a little while. Who knows? We'll find out. I'll keep you all posted. Huh? Yeah, apparently in like AFAB people, you can just develop sinus tachycardia for no reason. It just shows up, and then it just goes away sometimes. It happened to my sister a year ago, and I had spoken to somebody who is a med student, and they were like, yeah, I've seen several patients who have gone through what you're going through. It happens sometimes. Not enough research done on it. Which, like, something tells me we should do more research on that. There's definitely not no reason. But, I don't know. Gonna Google that? Sure. Grr. Yeah, I think we can guess what the reason is as to why it's not well researched, and it may be a gender-based issue, potentially. Unfortunately, as I tend to find in my life, every time I get mysterious ailments, they're like, oh yeah, AFAB. I see. That could be why it'll just solve itself, or something will go away. Yeah, as an AFAB person, I'd like to know more. Yeah, I wonder if I could ask her what the website she uses is. It's like one of those, like, things that she can sign into through the portal that she has from being in med school, that she was able to look that up. I don't quite know how you look that up as a non-medical student, but I'm sure, like, NIH or some other research institution has something about it. Oh, but she did tell me, because I saw her over the weekend. The person I'm talking about is Jubby's brother's partner. And she told me something that I can do to make my heart stop going crazy when it's beating too hard, which is if I put an ice pack on my throat, there's a nerve that runs down the sides of your neck that impacts your heart rate, among other things. It's part of your parasympathetic nervous system. So when my heart rate starts getting wild and is making me uncomfy, we go, ice pack, and just stick it to my throat. And it does actually work, which is nice. But that's, like, such a weird thing, how that, like, even works. I see you guys writing notes. Yeah, if you're having trouble with your heart, like, hammering, feeling like it's going real crazy, maybe because of stress or something else, stick that ice pack on there, maybe, see if that helps. Just don't catch a cold doing that. I'll catch a cold anyway. Love when doctors see AFAB in the chart and just slap hysteria diagnosis on you and call it a day. Low-key, that's what happened to me in the ER twice. They were like, you just have anxiety. It's just anxiety. Just take more anxiety medication. I'm like, no. That's not... No. It's not what it is. You can give me all the anxiety medication you want in the world, and it will not make my heart beat normal right now. Yeah, it's goofy. But anyways, was there any more yap I had to do? Was there any more housekeeping I had? I think that might be all, actually. I think that was most of it. Once got tachycardia from walking up a bit too many stairs. Me, every time I come in and out of my house. Joby and I went on a very light walk around the block on Friday night, I think it was. And when I say light, I mean, this is a very flat area we're walking, and we're walking at a very, like, even pace, very slow, which, you know, Joby is not always... That is like not the best at, but Joby is 6'2" and has long legs, so they often have to slow down for me, and if Joby holds my hand, they'll stay at my pace. So we have to hold hands to walk around the block. I'm not even remotely out of breath. We're walking relatively slowly, and my heart is like... So we were like, we might have to go home. I guess this qualifies as the exercise I'm not supposed to be doing right now. Rip. I just feel like a weird person not getting any exercise, though. It feels incredibly incorrect. Get the eye shakes. Don't drink enough water? Please drink your water. 5-foot butt with short legs trying to keep up with a 6'4" husband. I feel ya. Yeah, your height difference is even crazier. I am exactly a foot shorter than Joby, but I have, like, decently long legs. But I don't have that long of a pace. But what can you do? Anyways, don't worry about me. I'm hanging in there. Did I have any more housekeeping? I was trying to think. I'm glad you enjoyed the Oh, any other housekeeping? Let me check Discord to see if I forgot anything. Me checking my own announcements that I made not even 2 hours ago. Got that. Oh, okay, I think I covered everything, actually. Look at that, yippee! We can go right to VTuber design critiques now, mayhaps. I have a couple fellas prepared for us here today. I'm glad you like the yaps. We'll be doing more of the yaps on Friday. I've had this game for a very long time that I found out has Twitch integration just recently. It's called Rusty's Retirement. It's one of those, like, productivity-esque games where you dock it at the bottom of your monitor and then you, like, just do other things while it happens. But I figure that might be a nice kind of game for us to play together. I can figure out what the Twitch integration angle is for you guys, and I can yap some while it's happening. So we can yap, we can play the game a little intermittently, but it's not too strenuous, maybe. We could have a relaxing Friday, because we're having an extra stream day this week. Yeah. Rusty Robot Factory's retired. Rusty, you didn't tell us you retired. I guess you do play as robots also in that game. But yeah, we'll try that. All yap, all stream long. Yes, I enjoyed my all yap stream on Friday. Oh, I didn't show you, I finished my crayfish. I finished him. I am so glad I didn't get any further in trying to construct it on stream, because there were a lot of, like, little, like, ball socket things I had to snap together that I physically couldn't snap together. I had to go sit with Joby and watch Joby struggle to snap them together, to put his tail together. But he's done. I'll take pictures of him to show you, but he turned out pretty cool. I'll show ya. Greyscale fellas should be really easy for contrast, right? Yeah, the contrast checks should be really easy for them, but we'll see if they pass, even. Sucks that doctors do that when you're AFAB. Sucks even more when your AFAB doctor is supposed to know what it's like. Goes, oh, nothing, it's anxiety. Like, it's a gender problem. Doctors not caring enough, either because they're overworked. Not an excuse, by the way, because they're the kind of person who'd bully someone just for the fun of it. I will say, in my misfortune of existing, I avoid going to the hospital like the plague when I'm in my hometown, because 3, I think, of my high school bullies are nurses there. Which is a really odd trend. I have heard expressed to me, because Joby's older sister is a RN, I've heard that nurses are they're one of two things, often. They are somebody who had a life-changing experience by the result of meeting a nurse, you know, life-changing in a positive way, where, you know, they benefited from it, so they're like, I want to be just like them, or, you know, they went through medical stripes themselves, or knew somebody who did. So therefore, you know, those people end up becoming RNs. but the other half of them are like high school bully girls, and we get to hear the complaints at every family gathering from Joby's sister about those kinds of girls because they make the workplace put your tongue back in your mouth, EG. They make the workplace not so fun, but yeah, it's an odd pipeline, and I can't be the only one who has witnessed that. Love your hat. Thanks. I made it myself. I am a 3D modeler. Also, thank you for following, Wizard Dino. I appreciate it. Anyways, we're accidentally tangenting again. We've tangented again, accidentally. What can you do? Just like healers and MMOs / JK. It's me. I'm the healer in MMOs. But that's a I need to fill that role because no one else does. I love the bullies working make people feel better. I know, but often they're just making my psyche worse. Anyways, we got a little distracted accidentally. Let me teleport us to the correct room. Wah! I like being a healer. Me when I played Marvel Rivals. That's what I'm saying. I like being a healer. I enjoy it. I like being needed. When I played League once upon a time in my friend group, I was always a healer, but no one told me to play, so I kept stealing kills. I don't even know what that means. Am I not supposed to kill the little things? If there's not a person there with me and I'm alone, I should just be killing the things. Why would you want them attacking our tower? I'm just gonna crash out about League someday. I'm going to crash out. That's why Deadlock is better. I see, Amber, you've been talking of Deadlock. I've witnessed. Also, you've just been playing it also too. It seems like a fun game, but I don't know anything about it other than people think the doorman looks like Germa. And I don't know if they're right about that. Anyways, I want to check something just really quickly because I am being driven nuts by the fact that the outline around my hand is gold. I wish it was blue, like the outline around my body. Hang on, I gotta check. Is this what it's supposed to be on instead of this? Yes, okay. Hang on. Let me copy that. I just want to see if if my hand has the ability to paste. Do this one instead of gold, maybe. I can't see a preview of it because it's not on screen. Hello? Aha! There we go. That's what I wanted. Nice. Yeah, look, I'm very handy, aren't I? Now it matches, which is better. Funny that you're not using the grayscale version today. Sorry, I'm slipping a little bit. I'm not as locked into all of my strange little things that I do as per usual, or as I would usually be. Thank you for reminding me. We can do terrible, horrifying, scary, woo, grayscale rubric. Whoa, there it is. EG is so well prepared and doesn't not need to be reminded of doing the funny little goofy bits that they are capable of doing themselves without recommendation from others. Woo! Spooky, scary, black and white. Yeah, terrifying, isn't it? So, hi. We're going to critique VTuber designs today, despite what the last 35 minutes of yapping may have alluded to. So, in true teacher fashion, I have created a rubric to help us critique VTuber designs in a way that is as objective and unbiased as possible. It is impossible to totally completely remove bias. However, we can do our best using something like this. Spookiness comes from the fact that the rubric looks closer to a job application when it's grayscale. Why are we all scared of job applications? I've never understood that meme. Anyways, there are 5 categories that I can grade designs in, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. You can receive up to 2 points in each of these 5 categories. So, to receive full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, contrast should work well at a distance, and the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy. Today, because there is much more selective or limited color used in the designs we're looking at, we will be contending with this a little bit differently, because when your design is black or white, there is no reason why you have to be fully no saturation, no undertones, straight black, white, gray. You can have color undertones to still allow you to have some sort of emotional feeling conveyed by your, I say in air quotes, colors, but by, you know, whatever's been picked to fill up the design in flats in some capacity. You can still gain something from having slight undertones, or if you don't, there are certain styles where it does make sense to not have any. I see Lance saying Pumpkin Potion. I see Biddles is also here. Biddles also makes sense because they are in sort of a historic cartoon style, in that rubber hose style. But if I'm not mistaken, rubber hose often still had a color cast to it as well, from the technology that was used to, you know, show that, like, to, what is the word I'm looking for? The technology that was used to display those types of designs. So, like, depending on, like, what TV you were watching a funny little rubber hose animation through, or, you know, if you were seeing it somewhere else, just drawn, they may have color cast still too, but yeah, you can. The other thing that we're looking for here today, because this is going to be very important, is clear contrast. Without color, we only have contrast as a way to highlight areas of a design and to make them focal. As far as if we're trying to make something focal via its color. There's other ways of making something focal, but we are going to have to make sure that all of the designs have proper contrast and we can read different parts of the design against each other. We're not having clarity issues from the palette itself, from the grayscale range used. If you're going to be using grayscale, you may as well be using a pretty decent amount of the grayscale range as well. So we'll be looking for those things. You will not get any points for color palette if the palette has instances of low contrast. We don't really have to worry about clashing today, probably. But if we just severely need some hues, or just more values, or more variety of values, or more contrast between values, no points. For silhouette to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. We should be able to look at your design just in silhouette and know who you are. This is something that is true for many VTubers, especially ones who are popular corporate VTubers, who are often the fellas that VTubers are seeking to mimic in some capacity, at least as far as conventions in design that are known to work. Pecora we can pick out among everyone. We can pick out probably Ollie as well for some HoloLive examples. For Niji Sanji, I would say that I can pick out Millie very easily. I'm kind of stealing her silhouette right now. She's got a crazy old hat. Shuyamino's got his banana. There's certain things that become iconic in silhouette, and we want to make sure that we are doing that for ourselves as well. You will get no points in silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like. Don't do it. Hat's droopier. My hat's a little gloopier, maybe, also, potentially. 4. Complexity versus clarity to get full points. The level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. So, this can vary depending on art style. This can vary depending on what medium we're using in terms of, is it going to be 2D? Is it going to be 3D? Is it going to be a PNG tuber versus live 2D? These are considerations to make. The details should also be specific and support both the concept and the focal point. And I should be able to turn your design into a marketable plushie without having to remove all of the elements that make you discernibly yourself. If the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness or cannot be plushified, no points. Hang on, I see some things talking about the colors. Slight yellow-orange tint, depends on the age. Some sources did full black and white, while others added some deep blues and browns. Yeah. So we'll get there when we're talking about color for the designs. 4. Focal point. The primary focal point should be well executed. The primary focal point should be... Shroommates answer the question. Tell me what the primary focal point should be. No, not the primary focal point. That's not it. That's not the answer, Amber. What should the primary focal point be? Please tell me. I know you know deep down in your heart what the focal point is. I'm like calling on students in class. Raise your hands. Yes, it is the face. I see Amber has said the pace. Are you mocking me? Are you making fun of me? You're permitted, I'll allow it. Yes, the face and the eyes should be focal because that is how your viewers will be able to form a connection with you. The face is usually a part of you that is animated and is able to react to the world around you inside that digital screen. So it is very important that we make the face properly focal. If the face is outcompeted too extenuously by other parts of the design, if the face is too low contrast or under or over detailed compared to other areas, no points if the focal point isn't working. We can have multiple focal points, you can have things that are secondary focal points, but the face should be the primary. Yes, not the arms, not the legs, not the chest, the face, not the assets. They can be secondary. Please make your face primary. That's how we look at people respectfully, hopefully. Then finally, you can get up to 2 points in concept and motifs. To get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored. You get explored, and you get explored, and you get explored. Do I usually struggle this much with my language trying to just get through the rubric? I feel like I don't. Should be thoroughly explored, rather, and supported by key motifs. I should be able to determine a couple of key conceptual aspects visually in the design. Things like the personality that you are aiming to convey, your occupation, if you have any visual motifs, if there are any cultural references, what species you are mayhaps, your occupation. Those are things that I should be able to identify just visually in a design. If I can't, if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or just non-existent, no points. I can also give up to 3 bonus points potentially. We give them out sort of sparingly. We have 1 point for a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 point for unique, exciting art style, and 1 point for putting it on the fridge, which is just personal taste. I like it sometimes. Do you think the focal point is a part that we'll struggle with given the color palette is limited to grayscale? We'll see. Here's the thing. What makes something focal is just the fact that it is unique in some capacity. And elements can be unique in a variety of ways. Often, one of the easier ways to make something unique is by making a color exclusively appear around it, or in that area. That tends to be what makes something focal when we are looking at VTuber designs. We're often relying on color. But you can rely on other things too. Level of detail. If the whole design is super, super, super detailed, and then the head is way less detailed, it becomes a moment of rest, and therefore is focal. The opposite can also be true, where if the body is more pared down in terms of level of detail, and the face is higher in level of detail, then the face can also be more focal. Yeah, also, we can frame the face with darker or lighter colors too, or just values too. You can have if you have a lighter skin tone and darker hair, or a darker skin tone and lighter hair, that may provide a moment of really high contrast that can allow the face to be focal. And finally, you can also have something be focal due to the shapes it's employing. So if you have a design where the clothing is all super sleek and like close to the body and is built of a lot of little like rectangles or something, and the hair is in contrast really big and voluminous and like rounded in shape, that could also be enough contrast. That could also be enough of something that is unique to make the face focal as well. So there are a variety of things that we can do. We don't have to just rely on color also. Yeah. So, we got a couple other things to do. The final housekeeping before we start. We need to play bingo. Bingo, what's his name? I'm gonna play bingo. We'll see if I can win. We might have an interesting time with bingo today because of the monochromatic situation, but we'll see. I don't actually know how much it'll impact us, but we'll find out. If you'd like to play bingo, you can grab a bingo card here in the chat. Also, we can do a prediction mayhaps as well. Hang on. AEG, good to see you. Hi, good to see you too. Just working on my VTuber concept. Your timing is always spot on. I always know. I always have good timing. Okay, let's do a prediction. Last week we did not because I wasn't feeling up to it, but I think we may have a somewhat normal day today. How many models will we crit today? 4, 5, 6, or 7, I think is going to be our potential options, and I will start that for you there if you would like to. And then for YouTube fellas, let me poll you. How many models will we crit today? 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Also, this may be crazy, but I may have to run to the bathroom before we begin. I may have to go powder my nose, as fellas who are trying to sound more professional may say. Unusual. I just did before I started stream, but it turns out when you drink an incredible amount of electrolytes, I'm trying to drink a lot of water because apparently that helps your heart. That does make this a more frequent occurrence, so not to leave you, not to abandon you already, but I will be back in literally like 45 seconds. I'm quick with it, let me tell you. So be good. Do not torture the mods. Oh, no attendance. We'll do attendance as soon as I return. Remind me as soon as I return to do attendance. I'll let Gary bounce around the screen and entertain you. Let me know if he manages to land exactly in a corner at some point. Although I don't know why that they're not bouncing off the corner. What's happening? Hello? Why is it like that? Oh, hang on. It's just weird. There we go. Okay, let me know if he hits the corner. I will be right back. And just like that, I'm back. Almost hit the corner, but not quite. Man, one day we'll get it. There we go. Indubitably, like watching the DVD logo, isn't it? We're watching it bounce around. We're being amazing right now. It looks like you are. I'm very proud of you. Shroommates, you are very well behaved today. You really want to see the sneak peek of something that I may or may not show you later, huh? Noted. I've noted your good behavior. Why don't we, before we finally get started for realsies, take roll. Giving a task was a good move. Ah, see, I'll remember this in the future. I will give more tasks to the Shroommates. I need to keep you busy. Truly like students in a classroom. I gotta keep you busy. Did I miss the first critique? Nope. We haven't started yet. We're about to start. If you'd like to check in for class, on Twitch, we have a 1-point channel redeem you can use to alert me of your presence for class. On YouTube, you can just say hi or here, whatever you would like, if you wish to. Let me see who's here today. I gotta scroll back. All the funny little fire icons are interesting to see in the chat right now. Let's see, who's here? Oh, I gotta scroll back quite a way. Seasonal Sade, Mad Bun, Striker, Dia, Sanizum, Star, Nilo, Edward, Fern, Corey, Yabari, Dragoon, Art Fun, Kevin Belluna, sorry I full named you, Chili, Wordy, Chokorama, Tales of the Past, scrolling up, I'm finding them, Via, Vampaloth, Lamia, Amber, Lance, Cat Kitty Floss, Rex, TV Head, damn it, Damon? I don't know why I said your name that way. I know how to say the name Damon. Hi! Welcome. YouTube Shroommates, I see Nano and I see also. If you guys like to check in, you can. Also Miss Pumpka. Hi fellas. Don't worry if you are late. Shroommates arrive precisely when they attend to class. If you would like to be here and can be here, you're always appreciated to be here. But don't worry if you to prioritize the things happening in your real life. Lurkers, don't worry, I got you. I've checked you off. Thank you for being here. Also, VOD watchers, thank you for being here as always. I see you. Your attendance has been noted. Let's go. Here, we'll get started. I'll actually take a sip of my water though first. 11k spores till I have skipped the queue again. Corey, I think you're going to end up setting a record for having the design that we have critiqued the most on stream. Which, like, that is, in that statement, that there is a thank you hidden in there for being such a diligent shroomate for so long. You were a supporter of the shroom state long before I was even live. You were one of the very first people to submit to my form once upon a time. And you're still here, and I appreciate that. Yeah, Corey is very powerful. Seeing Twitch automatically collect all bonuses is fun. Don't have to manually click anymore. Win for Firefox. Yippee! That's good. Yeah, legendary. 20k away and trying to be patient. You got this. You got this. You got this. Slow and steady wins the race, as we have learned with me doing critiques. 23k until mine. It's hard to save up because there's so many fun little things you can do to torture me that are worth spending points on. But I admire those of you who managed to save. Good saving. Good work. So, I'm gonna snooze that ad. No ads right now. We're gonna read this. Slow and steady, make sure you debut. Pessimistic. Don't be pessimistic. Don't be pessimistic. All things in due time. All things in due time. We're gonna start with Wally / Jiki. Pronouns are it, it's doll, it's, hang on, my brain just died. My brain just keeps wanting to say ampersand. What is this called? What do you call this? Its social media handle. That's the word I'm looking for. Its Twitter is @porcelainboy. So, details. I don't really have lore yet for the fella, but he's highly based on myself. Also, when I drew him, he kind of reminded me like a moth, which his hair. His shirt has the eye in the middle, and it actually moves with his eyes. And I hope you like my design, since I wish to rig him myself soon. Interesting. So I'm wondering, these may be the pronouns for the person? Because they do refer to the character with he, him? There were a number of people who I do notice accidentally give me their legal name or like their name as opposed to the name of their VTuber persona, or give me pronouns that differentiate from what they want their VTuber persona to be called. I'm gonna stick with these ones because this is what they've said for pronouns, but I'm aware of this happening here. So yeah. Not accidental docs. I mean, they're usually giving me first name, and thankfully I've seen so many submissions that none of that lives within my brain. I've forgotten all of it immediately, so secret save with me, don't worry. Is it the lighting, or does the white look yellowish? Ha 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 ha, interesting you know to that. So, if we look at these colors, there are color undertones, which is something that I was looking for in designs. Granted, some of the colors don't have an undertone, but there are some neutrals in here, where the hair has a slight yellow undertone, the skin tone also has a slight yellow undertone, very subtle. There's some subtle browns, this brown is less subtle. This shirt is purely grayscale, and I think it is almost exactly the default background color of Clip Studio, so I might actually change the background color that I have used so we can see it a little bit better. But yeah, so there is a slight yellowish cast over the whole design, which is something that I am favorable towards because it is adding something emotively for us, where we are getting a warmer feeling. If this character was using cool colors as opposed to warm colors, if I were to go for layer, new correction layer, ooh, hue, saturation, luminosity, and I were to slide this character into a cooler range, like blues and teals, do we feel how much less personable the character feels? Where here, it feels almost sterile and mechanical, because we tend to associate those things with the color blue. Whereas the color choice being browns is warmer and friendlier. Yeah, doll versus android, kind of. So I am getting much more of a doll-like feeling here. Also, porcelain itself, porcelain itself, as the material, does often have just a slight warm undertone to it as well. So I do think this is a strong decision for color undertones. I also don't really have any trouble discerning the edges of things against each other. However, I do maybe wish that there was more distance between the value chosen for the hair shading and the skin shading. Or that if we did want to have the skin be this color, we add a shading color on top of it. So that way there's a little bit more difference between... Oh wait, my multiply didn't even work. Hang on. There we go. Try that. There we go. That way it's just a little bit more different. Wow, this feels green. This is so desaturated that by me choosing a color that is less saturated, there we go, that feels a little better. It feels green in the undertone. And this might be stronger than we need, but we might just want something to provide a little bit more distinction between the hair and the skin tone from a distance. That may actually be making it worse right now because it's not dark enough. There, that's helping me read that edge a lot better. And we could soften that edge too if you don't want it to be so sharp. Perhaps. Nice thumbnail for some old detective movie. It does kind of seem that way, doesn't it? The EG on the thumbnail is a piece of art that I don't get to use very often, but it is one that I tend to really like. I like how distraught I look in it. Which I guess is a weird thing to say. Will yellow tone work? I do think so. I don't think a yellow undertone is a bad thing here. I do maybe think, though, that we could add a color undertone to this black area, though, where it doesn't really have one right now. Let me grab a color layer just to stick a very subtle red over, where it doesn't have to be that strong, but just subtly pushing this a little bit warm. That way all of the colors that are in the design have something in their undertone. We could alternatively... Oh, what's that noise? That was a weird noise. Sorry, strange noises in the distance. Fall in a city is an interesting time. Sometimes branches fall and scare the bejeebus out of me. But subtle color undertone, it just makes it mesh a little bit more with the rest of the design, perhaps. Let's see. So, for this design being a doll, if I put you in VTuber design view, in VTuber view, I am now live streaming view, I don't think we can tell that you're a doll. The only thing that is a hint that you are a doll is your legs, and that's a pretty strong hint. However, if we are looking at your face, we're not really getting that, unfortunately. Because, you know, you do have the joints on your arm, but they are mostly covered. They're sort of obscured by your sleeves. And we can't see any of these other elements. So, we may want to add something like, you know, you've got that crack on your leg. Maybe that crack comes up onto the face or something where... Whoa, my brush is massive. Why is my brush so big? Oh, it's because it's my weird pen. That's why. But if that crack was like up here on the face, or if you had something, you know, if you have a crack creeping out front of the hair or something, just trying to figure out other places you could put it other than the cheek. But then that might help give us the idea that this is a doll in the upper body. Yeah, Joel has the crack on the face. Joel's crack on the face is for the sake of eldritch deities escaping through it, I think. But yeah, crack on the face could be a good option here. The highlights on the face, if they're treated in a manner that makes them feel really specular. And when I say specular, I mean that, you know, if you have something that is made of a really reflective material versus something that is made of a material that isn't as reflective. Oh, what is going on with my edges? Oh, that's fine. I don't want my edges look so crunchy. If you use something that is going to have a lot of specular highlights, you're going to have really crisp, sharp edges to them, as opposed to if you have something that is a little bit rougher in surface, we're going to diffuse a little bit more along that edge. And right now there are bright highlights, but the contrast against them doesn't feel like it's quite enough. It is almost pure white. I might push it to be pure white. Let's see. Oh, that is almost no change. But if you did have like some sort of other highlights on the face, that could also help. Those highlights would also fall along the edges of some of the cracks too, because those are like exposed edges now where light can catch potentially. But that could be a good thing to help you feel more glossy potentially. Chips, it's a good idea too. Chips. Have a chip out of the hair. Oh, if we're imagining that the hair is also porcelain, that could be a good idea as well. I was interpreting the hair as not being porcelain, but it could be. It very well could be. Where this is right now is sort of attached a little bit weirdly, so I'm going to see if I can just taper it into something a little bit more. But honestly, I don't even know if we need that darker color. This could just be like that, maybe. But yeah, you could take a chunk out of the hair or something. Like this. And then have darker shading on the inside. Man, it would have been smarter if I would have just drawn this part first. But then, yeah, that could be a really good, solid hint. Let me, like... make this just a little bit spidery in the way that it's cracked. Bam. Now the chunk missing. I feel like that does make it clear that this is a porcelain doll a little bit more from a distance. You could even, if you want to add a little more asymmetry, say, alright, well, what if, like, this chunk of hair in the front has been broken off or something, where we can see just, like, a little bit of the inside of it or something, but there's just a full amount of it that is missing here. Because one of the other things I do feel like this design could just use a little bit of is some more asymmetry. I love the fact that many a doll, when you buy them, the way that they are is going to be relatively symmetrical, just because that tends to be how they're manufactured. However, they don't have to stay that way. This doll clearly has some wear and tear to it, so we could play that up and make it more visually interesting by adding some of that damage throughout. Yeah. Oh, hi, Hoshi. Yes, we do have watch streaks now. It's not a new thing on Twitch per se, but it is a new thing in the Shroom State that we previously did not have access to. Oink! And I'm just making a couple little silhouette tweaks here. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Good morning. Good morning. Also, Big Back Adept, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't see that. Did it make a noise? It might have. I might have been too locked in, mayhaps. The inside is often more white than the hand painting work of the doll. Ah, interesting. Texture the hair as hair and have the chunk missing. Okay. Undertone is warm yellow. You could add kintsugi cracks. You could. That is an option potentially. Where you can see like they have attempted to repair some elements of the doll too. Bangs could have a really big chunk missing out of it, so one side is shorter and one side is longer. I made one of the sides of the hair have a little chunk missing, but it's not super duper obvious the way I did it. But yeah, that could totally be a good idea too if we want to, like... see. When stuff cracks, it's usually pretty angular, right? So it could be like that, where we can see it's a little bit spidery from the damage, and then, you know, this is all the skin underneath. But yeah, the more interest you add with damage, probably the better here. Land of the Lustrous hair in live suggestions. Ah, that's a good inspiration. They have hair that's made of what? Stone? Right? Yeah, their hair is very lustrous and shiny. Whoop, hang on, where's my clip studio? There we go. Yeah, their hair is so lustrous. Bort? Bort. Trauma, I'm sure. I don't really know anything about this show. Other than the fact that some of the art for it is beautiful. It's lovely. Yeah. Bort. Lua, Johnson, thank you for following. It's a beautiful show. I heard that. Does more cracks feel the same as more dirt for bingo? We are dirting it up a little bit by adding cracks. I would qualify that as passing, maybe. Land of the Lustrous on the EG stream. It's not the first time this has happened, but yeah, they have really strong specular highlights, which is what these are. Makes it feel really glossy, which could be a good idea here also. Let's go. There's not a lot of contrast to be had here, but we could do something where we end up having a little bit more contrast by darkening some bits of the hair, or just darkening the hair a little bit in general, maybe. Mayhaps. Yeah, lustrous highlights would be good for the design. So, those are generally some of the thoughts as far as trying to convey that doll theming a little bit more in an integrated manner. Because right now, because right now, it's only really showing up in the legs. But the arms, we could adjust the sleeve length just a little bit so that way we can see the joints in the elbows just a little bit better. Like if we were to push the sleeve up just that much. Hang on. Let me cut this at like a strong angle. There we go. Like that. We could keep that like triangle shape that you had here just a little bit better potentially. But that might be all it takes in order to make it just clear that, oh, okay, that's a ball-jointed arm, perhaps. Hi, this is so cool. Thank you. Welcome in. Abandoned doll and not a loved one. Hey, sometimes love for the things that we keep with us for a long part of our lives can be something that is wearing and tearing on the belongings that we care the most for. The best sign that something is well loved, you know, is your teddy bear who has become a little bit worn out. Maybe this is a porcelain doll that a kid played with for a very long time, so therefore, you know, children aren't especially gentle with something. This toy may be very well loved, but sometimes that love does have an adverse effect and incur a little bit of wear onto the object. Yeah, loving in the aging, yes. Maybe add a wrist joint as well. I would suggest that perhaps, just because, I mean, it may add something more to the rig, but if we're thinking about a 2D or 3D design, you would want the arm to be able to bend probably in that location. So yes, that could be a good idea. We could still leave the hands really chunky. I might just make them a little bit longer in order for this to make sense though. Hang on, wait. Oh, because the arms themselves are a bit short right now for how long the legs are. There's a little bit of proportioning things happening here that I may modify just a little bit. So if we think about legs, your knees are usually just slightly more than halfway down your leg. These feet make it feel like the toes are pointing downwards and not pointing towards us, and as such it makes the knees feel really low. The arms, as a result of that, also feel kind of short. So I'd probably suggest both moving the knees up just like a little bit. You could probably make the bottoms of the legs a little bit longer as well, but then also lengthening the arms. So then we could have just a little bit more space where we could make the wrists look like they're ball jointed. So if we just look at the difference, it's pretty subtle probably, but it just feels a little bit more natural in proportioning maybe. Let me quickly draw a ball joint here. Let's see, so they're sort of drawing their ball joints like this. So they're going for like a really flat front look. And then I'm gonna guess like here will be. These are really big ball joints. Where that goes. There we go, there we go. And theoretically, this little bending point is going to be in the direction where the wrist is going to bend, and the wrist does bend up and down. So from the side view, it would probably be right there. But that could also be good, just have another appendage, or not appendage, just another place where it can move. Oh, I've drawn that directly on top of the image. That's okay. What can you do? E.g. wrong layer if you needed that for bingo. Let's see, can I make this fit over that one? Yes, I can! Look at that! Beautiful, lovely. Perfect. Hi, sorry to catch you live. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Did I say thank you to Cora Kill Music for following? Because if I didn't, thank you. I appreciate it. The A pose can often lead to short arms. That's true. T pose can also often lead to really long arms. The number of VTuber models or just designs I've seen who are in T pose that are aiming to be interpreted into 3D. If you model them 1-to-1 with the T pose, their fingertips end up like down here sometimes. Or just like way too short. Because, you know, we tend to figure out what feels natural with arm length when arms are down at our sides. So if we're drawing in a T pose or an A pose, it can be hard to picture it sometimes also. Porcelains are paired with epoxy, but I don't know how to integrate it into the design. I don't know if we necessarily have to incorporate epoxy, but that could be something to keep in mind for this person if they are wanting to, if it wants to add more to the design, perhaps. Foo Sod, thank you for following also, I appreciate it. Realized this week I've watched a bunch of your tutorials on YouTube at different occasions, but haven't caught you live yet. Well, welcome in, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the energy. Some are filled with cotton and straw. Porcelain dolls have only the showing members made out of porcelain. The other arms, legs, under dress would be made out of fabrics. That's true. The body would often be made out of fabric, you're right. Or like the hip joints too especially tend to be made out of fabric, especially if it's a kid's toy. If they are one of those like really maybe like high ticket or like big ticket fancy collector level porcelain dolls, then they would have all of their joints articulated. But yeah, having some of them be fabric may also be interesting potentially. Besides being a porcelain doll, do we know anything about its personality or interests? I don't know if we do. They said that the hair reminded them of a moth, or that its hair reminds it of a moth, which I can see a little bit, but I'm not sure that that is something that is being intentionally done here. It might just be something that is the result of being drawn. I'm not sure that is intentionally a part of the concept. And then there's this eye on the chest that moves with the face. By the way, they follow 3 VTubers and 1 is Joel. I mean, that makes sense. I feel like if you are a doll VTuber, you probably follow Joel. If you are, like, there's probably certain people who end up being the first thought. Like, you'll see somebody, or the primary inspiration for certain varieties of VTubers. Also, is my head, like, weirdly short right now? It is. It was. I fixed it. I had been looking at myself for a while and was thinking my head looked too short, but I was like, no, you probably are just psyching yourself out. You forget what you look like all the time. No, I was right. I should have listened to my heart. It was weird. I don't know why it was so short. But anyways, so the chest eyeball does seem to be rather important, in which case I might suggest making it larger. Because you are sort of in a chibi style proportioning here. So that way it had said that the eye moves around with the other eyeballs. So now we'll be able to see that a little bit better if we make it a little larger. Also, I do think that there might be something a little bit unnatural happening with the collar that we could solve also. Where, let me add a layer here. And make the collar feel like it has some weight to it. Where's my brush? Yabari! Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Whoa, my neck is crazy. You only get 1 Prime sub a month, so I'm honored that you would use it for little old me. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your rotation. Hang on, I might have to do this higher up. I've accidentally drawn things on top of it. Come up here. Thanks, there we go. Something unnatural with the collar. Yeah, it elongated and spun. What, mine? Yes. Theirs? It's? No. But I feel like its collar could be something where it's a little bit, like, wider at the base, perhaps. I will say, trying to have a tall collar that covers the face on a chibi-style design, whoa. Pardon me, what is this? Something like this proportionally can be hard to do for a chibi to make it feel natural, so do what you can. What happened? Did somebody give me a head pat? I appreciate it, but you sure have done something strange to my skull. This might go back to normal. Thank you for your attempted fix. It didn't work, though. Whoops. It's okay. Sometimes the wires get a little bit crossed in my redeems. It is alright. It happens. To the best of us. And by best of us, I mean all of us. And by all of us, I mean me. There we go. Let me see that that's overlapping just a little bit still. You got squeezed. Squeeze your squeegee gently. If you're gonna pick me up and hold me, please don't crush me. I would appreciate it. Ow! That was a whole desk, even though we didn't see it. Iridescent owl, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hi, Moss Cake. Don't worry, you're never late. Second head pet did nothing. I'm sure it didn't. I think it's because it happened right when something toggled off. I can fix it if it's gonna be stuck this way. I can fix. 3, 2, 1. Normalization beam. Bam. Okay. Hi. Hope y'all are okay since it's cold season. Thank you. I wish health to you as well. The first stone. Eros. Thank you for following. Sorry, I struggle to read sometimes, but I appreciate you following. Got you follow the funny squish VTuber. Thanks. Kayfabe? Not here. So, hang on. As I was saying, looking at this design, I made the collar feel a little bit more natural. I do think that the silhouette here is still lacking something. We didn't talk silhouette yet. If I turn off all the funny little things that I have wrought upon this design and go back to the basis. This is our silhouette. I would say that it is nice that I can at least partially tell that this design is a porcelain doll from the knees in silhouette alone. However, there's not a lot else happening in the silhouette. There's not much weight. This design is more or less the same width all the way up and down. There's not really a lot of positive negative space interplay either. So we may need to do something to improve the silhouette. Because we haven't done anything yet that modifies it, other than making the legs longer. Just a hair. What? Oh, hi Mika! Yes, Mika, you are today. You're next. You submitted a way long time ago, and I have your most updated resubmission, I think, here for us to look at. Thank you for submitting. Vertical EG was glorious while it lasted. Thanks! I appreciate it. Saw your videos on YouTube, decided to check out the stream. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. What if the ball joints were more pronounced? That could work. Making the collar even larger could work. I think we may need to do something a little bit more outside of the box still, or we may need to revisit some element of the clothing in order to properly make the silhouette identifiable. What we did here with making this chunk touch the outer edge of the hair is helping. The joints and the wrists will also help potentially. I think the hair could maybe just use more exaggeration as well, maybe? Don't put the squeegee into the washer, they stretch. Oh, yeah, I am a they, them. Thank you, though. If you put me in the washer, I think I'm more liable to shrink, actually. Mention moth with the hair, maybe add that. Yeah, we could exaggerate the hair more. Hey, Nick, could you knock it off? Could you not right now, please? Do not. Scarf? Scarf could also be a good idea, potentially. Let me toggle back on all of the modifications that we had made. So I had just made the collar wider here, but honestly a scarf may be an interesting idea. Let me move this down a little bit so the scarf wouldn't overlap it. And I may exaggerate the hair size a little bit too. Move that down. Maybe we could reuse this brand from down here so that way it appears somewhere else in the design for harmony's sake, which might be nice. Burn Lack Gwaine, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But you're already so short. Would you go down to only 2 blueberries tall? I feel like if you did stick me in the washing machine, I may lose a little bit more blueberry, unfortunately. Oh. What can you do? Hang on, where is... Oh, there it is. I could sort of solve this shape that I was feeling a little bit strange about with a scarf if we added the scarf. Wow. But if we add a scarf, it might have to be something where it's like posed, where we can see that it's sort of coming out from behind the body. Or we just perpetually make it be like that. But that might be nice to have something else blocked out in the upper part of the design. Scarf would be cute to cover the mouth in the same way. Maybe the high contrast moment of the top of the collar, though, might be something desirable, however, that we don't want to lose. But we could add a scarf. And if we had something going on with the trim of the scarf, that could potentially also help. Let me tuck this in properly a little bit. That's good for unity's sake. If the shorts flared out a bit and the socks, shoes had more shape instead of just being flat to the legs. Potentially also. I'm not sure if it would be happy with the shorts flaring out because they may read like a skirt then. But I wonder if we could flare the sleeves out even more. Just make the sleeves even chunkier. Hang on, if I like... Big old sleeve. At that rate, we might even be able to see it on that side, but now the shirt will feel even more important. What all have I edited on this layer? I'm accidentally doing things on layers I've already used for something. Whoops! Pattern scarf, maybe stripes or swirlies like the shirt. Could just be a trim. Yeah! Some kind of swirly like trim could be nice. Then we're getting to use the swirl as a motif that repeats throughout the design. Whoa! That's way too big of a brush size. Hang on. We could have like pattern work. Yeah! Doesn't have to be that bold, but could just exist. Let me grab the brown that's used to shade down here so we can see where the scarf overlap is happening. Bam, there we go. Put that out to side. You could have a second piece of the scarf showing underneath. The bottom edge of this could be lumpier, maybe. But yeah, patterns, repeating motifs, yeah. Ribbon on its mouth as a doll could make sense. Maybe, perhaps. Wrong layer, Kronk. Hi, Tsuru. How are you, Tsuru? Hope you were doing well today. Sorry, my brain is not firing right now. Oh, I was thinking about if there might be some way we could incorporate the spiral into other elements as well, where it could impact the outer edge. Where, like, here, for this scarf that I've made, I could just round it and make this define the trim a little bit more like that, maybe? Something like that. I could probably complete these shapes also to make that make more sense. You know what I mean? And that trim design could find itself somewhere else in the design potentially too. Spiral of Hoge, yeah! I like the way you're thinking, Hoshi. That could potentially be good. Make it sort of appearing from behind the head. Or, hang on, I don't know what layer I've done this on. Interesting layer, Kronk. It could be off-center. I think it might make more sense if we see it coming out from behind the head, though. I might have to give this a little more weight. Oh, come on. Up just a little bit. Rotate it just a little bit. Design did get rotated just a little bit. We rotated the rubric also earlier, if we need that for bingo purposes. There we go. You got something floating in it too to mimic your eye as well if we wanted to. But that would make the silhouette way more distinct, although it's giving a little bit of Teletubby, the way I've drawn it. Might find a new way of integrating it, maybe. Doing good, done with all my commissions this round, so I'm just chilling and resting. Yay! That's good, congrats! Enjoy your rest, it's probably very well deserved. You've been working hard. Spirals in the socks, it looks like the legs right now. We could do spirals in the socks. It's trying to feel like a Naruto character. Whoops! Tree ring pattern on the scarf even, if you wanted something more subtle but mimic the shirt. That's true! That could also be a good idea. I was just putting like a placeholder pattern on here, but that could be interesting. Oh, hang on. Go like this, please. There we go. But yeah, like a tree ring pattern, if we did something that was like this, where you can have like thicker ones, and then thinner ones, and then ones that are closer together, ones that are wider. That could be interesting. Potentially also. Not as overwhelming, but then we are getting repetition of lines near each other. Someone also said on the sock, put on this sock as well. Because if things don't feel like they are interesting enough through color or through shape, we can make them interesting through patterns too. Whoa. Dizziness. Those shoes are socks. I'm reading them as being socks, but I am not certain. But we could clarify that they are socks if we just varied their edges a little bit more. If I went like this, it'll feel a little bit more like a sock that is sort of slouching down on the foot a little bit. Because shoes might not be so likely to fold like that, potentially. That might help them read a little more sock-like. Grab that black color again. Ah, my brush is too thick. Hang on. Shrink. Just loosely so we can see it a little bit better from a distance. That's a little more sock-like. Ankle joints, I thought the upper part of the socks. Oh, I don't think they have ankle joints. I think the ankle joints are hiding right now, potentially, maybe. Tim Burton spiral. Yeah, it was kind of a Tim Burton-y spiral. Hi, Pastella. Let's see. Yeah, you could put the ahoge further to one side instead of in the middle. We were talking about also just exaggerating the tips of the hair further off the side of the head, so that way they're adding even more to the silhouette, mayhaps. Maybe if they weren't perfectly symmetrical, that could also be good. I'm gonna keep the like really rounded shape that they had. There we go. And you could still keep the like darker points on the ends of them. Give me a second. That's a little bit more intense. More broken pieces could be good. Oh, knee joints, I mean. Yeah, they do have knee joints. They could be more exaggerated. Right now they're not really forming circles all that well, and they should be just contained within the inside. So if they're more sculpted, they might read better from silhouette as well. I don't think they look too Naruto-y. Make the hair vents taller, yeah. That could always be an option. I love anime hair vents for what they do for silhouettes. But I feel like we're getting something a bit more distinct here now out of the silhouette. I think what we were feeling also that we hadn't noted was just that there needed to be a little bit more detail. We've added a lot more subtle little details throughout. We've added more specificity. We gave them a scarf that repeats the color of the sock. We added some patterning to the sock. We added more detail in the hair, which then makes the face more focal. I think sort of the final thing that I might be wanting to suggest here is darkening the eyes a little bit. Because I think we will really knock home, really truly sell the doll aesthetic if we make the eyes way darker. Because when we tend to associate dolls with having those really glossy eyes from time to time, but that will also make the eyes much higher contrast. Do we see how the increased contrast draws us into the face even more? Granted, we could still leave like these really light highlights. We could have even lighter highlights as well. Whoops, hang on. I need a layer where I can draw things. Might put it like here or something. Pure white highlight. But now the eyes feel glossier, which makes them even more focal. But if they do want to go for sort of the like dead eye flat look, the way they had it may be fine. Oh, hi Selma! Want to make my attendance known? Thank you for stopping by. I see you. Attendance noted. 07 Captain. I'm saluting you, but you can't see it. There we go. Wah. Reminded that in childhood I once shaved a little bit of a doll's hand to make the range of bending for joints bigger. Ah, I think I also did that at some point. I think we did that to a Barbie's hip joint because like the legs would like go out to the side to like weird angles, and I think we wanted her to be a gymnast. When the doll's being attacked, her hair straight out to impress her enemy. Oh, the doll's pronouns are it/doll. But yeah, the hair could be straight out to express more fear also, or that things a little bit more uncanny. But I think we have talked about the bulk of the ideas that I had here about modification. So for color palette, I am very happy that the mostly grayscale palette does have color undertones. It adds feeling, it adds emotion to the design. It makes the design feel friendlier and less cold or mechanical. Also makes it make sense as to what material it's constructed out of, because porcelain's a little bit warmer anyway. So I would say for palette, it's fine. We have one little moment of low contrast, which is the eyes. And also, we could use a little bit more unity between the brown tones, where this only appears in one place, this only appears in one place. So by, you know, bookending the body in this brown, we are increasing the overall harmony and unity in the design. Better color distribution as a result as well. For silhouette, unfortunately the silhouette was quite unreadable, not very identifiable. Very symmetrical, very similar in width all the way up. We can make some strong changes to that. We added some things. These could probably be pushed a little bit further as well, but I'd put it there to start. I didn't do a ladder because this is a chibi and the ladder is usually not as helpful, but we can do a ladder if you really want. If you insist, we can do a ladder. If we must. If you really want me to. Wow, I used a million layers here for some reason. Why have I done that? Wah, wah. Let's see, probably like, oops, I didn't really line these up very nicely. There we go. Bottom of that hair. Top of the eye, hairline. This is off center. Top of that, and then top of the head. Would you wish to climb this ladder? I would think not. There's a little bit of similar distances in here that feels a little bit climbable, but we've got some half steps in the lower body, variety of clusters, a lot more clustering around the eyes and the face. I would say this is a relatively dangerous ladder. I would pass this potentially. I would say this looks fine to me. So I legally did not forget the ladder. Legally. Wait, I should turn this back on so I can see what I'm doing. How many layers did I have? Wow, I really added a lot. Oh, I didn't do this to the other side, but that's okay. Hang on. Bam. Okay, I think that was all of it. For complexity versus clarity, I think we were feeling that it needs just a little bit more detail, which we added. But not a ton. I feel like for how chibi it is, the level of detail is somewhat appropriate, and it could be plushified probably pretty easily. The focal point, before we had made changes, the chest was a little bit focal, just because it's pretty white, and the fact that the design in the rest of the body is all really bright, it made the face less important, because the face is just as bright as the legs and the arms. The shirt is really the moment of impact. It's much darker than everything else. But if we darken the eyes, we could probably push the legs back a little bit too if we did a classic... I actually don't even know where to place this. I'm gonna place it here. Classic sweeping gradient. You know it, you love it. Never grows old, always helpful, always relevant. And that can be used to push the legs back a little bit so that the head almost takes on a little bit of a glow, feels even brighter in comparison. I definitely have not placed that correctly, but that's okay. But, focal point. The face was doing some of the right things to be focal by having some sharp shapes in the hair that we don't find elsewhere, but we can really push it to be even more focal. Then as far as concept and motifs go, I would suggest having a motif that repeats throughout the design, because right now there really isn't, or before we made our edits, there really wasn't one. You have a spiral, but we can make that spiral appear in other places, like the rings of a tree, on different parts of the clothing, or just you had more spirals elsewhere. That could be nice as well. You also have one band-aid, one area of cracks in the design. Usually you want repetition in order to sell those motifs to us, a viewer. So if we have cracks that are in the hair, on the face, on the arms, or maybe just big old chunks that are missing in places, that'll help sell it better. If the band-aid is in another place too, that could also potentially help as well. Wear and tear the clothes might synergize with the cracks. We're not going into too much detail. You could wear and tear the clothing a little bit too, maybe. If we're trying to make this character truly feel worn and feel like it is something that has been well loved for a very long time, you could do my classic little favorite threadbare thing to the clothing, which makes it feel like the clothing has taken some damage over time. And that adds something subtle to the silhouette, adds a little bit of nice texture too. Could be an option. But for concept, I do think you should add another motif to it, because I think it is feeling just a tad bit generic, but that's because you haven't added another layer to it yet. That spiral is something that has a lot of potential contained within it. Is that a brutalist doll style? I don't know if it's brutalist. If it was more minimalistic, or if it was more concrete and square and geometric, maybe. That'd be interesting. A brutalist VTuber design, that'd be kind of wild. But I would say the doll concept is visible. We need a little bit more hints of it, especially in the upper body, but you're on the right track, and we need another motif or something. But I would say this is probably the grade, but I did also like the design. You ended up on the thumbnail. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I believe is the math there. You can correct me if it's not. Good work. Thank you for submitting, Wally. Thank you for being here. Good work. Can we get a round of applause for Wally, please, shroommates? Oh, hang on. Hands, would you like to track? Yippee! Good work, fellas. I'll move us into the next one. We'll read it. My stomach just growled for some reason, despite the fact that I ate, so I'm gonna eat a bunch of peanut butter pretzels really quickly. I have a new version I just sent. Sorry, I know I sent a lot of different versions. Always have new ideas and things I want to try. Hey, that's okay. I can find that. Did you just send it? Let me see if I can find you. Oh, if only my form would listen. Hello, loading maybe? Load. Let's see. Where did you send it? In the form? Oh wait, yeah, there are 5 responses where I think there were not 5 before. Love the tail on this one. Right, the tail is quite good for silhouette, isn't it? She's here so we don't need a background check. Yeah! You're here for your crit. Oh, I can tell. I've seen the numbers slowly tick up over your submissions. So this is now at 7. Can I download this? It's being funny. Hang on. Usually I can download it. Sorry? No, don't be. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Let me stick it in here. You're allowed to resubmit. You are fully permitted to do so. I just gotta open the new one. There we go. Yoink. Grab this. Let's see. What has changed? Oh, you've moved yourself. Closer together. You also switched which one was in front. I think the eye color changed subtly, and that might be the main change that I'm noticing right now. Not a ton of difference. Bam. Okay. I'm gonna eat pretzels really quickly because my tummy is rumbling. But we can at least observe so far. Okay, face mostly? Okay. Noted. So, Mikara! She/her pronouns at Mikara for socials. Thank you for snacks, Amber. I will partake. Thank you for liquids also. I will also drink liquids. Don't worry. So, she is a dragon knight who got cursed in battle. The red-armed squiggles are not a tattoo. They're a scar that's the result of being wounded and cursed. I wanted her to be dressed in all black, as I really like edgy character designs and white hair, but I'm worried that it's hindering the overall design. Also, maybe I've added too much details? Help! Crying emoji. I still love the crying emoji. It looks really silly in my font, but I love the historic crying emoji. There we go. Dragonite? Not quite, but yes, a dragon for sure. Observe while I eat snack really quickly. Fellow Dragon Knight. Yeah, we have a couple of Dragon Knights around here. It's kind of a good combo of traits to be. For a concept also. it works pretty well. There's a lot of good areas for intersection between scales and armor plates and things like that, right? Dragonite, I love the concept, even if not original. Hey, that's fine. What do I always say? Everything has already been done. But probably not the way you're trying to do it. And that's what matters. Yeah, originality is non-existent. Just don't copy someone intentionally and you'll be okay. Time for ASMR. Hopefully you cannot hear me chewing. Hopefully it is not, in fact, ASMR. I can jiggle the... You can definitely hear that, though. There you go. Barrel of pretzels ASMR. That's what you sign up for here on the Squiiji stream. Barrel of pretzel as ASMR. Scale tail. Just too lazy to render it since I'm modifying things often. Yeah, no, I can tell what the intention for the tail is already. I can see what you're going for. Rover Marie, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I don't know if we heard the pretzels. Oh, we did? Okay. Oh, it might just be behind by a second. The pretzels were definitely there. I had pretzels. I ate pretzels. Oh no, you can definitely hear me crunching. You lean back. I can see the line jumping up with each chew. I don't want you to listen to me crunch. I didn't realize it was that loud. Satisfying crunch? I'm glad you think so. I don't like the sound of hearing other people eat, though. So I don't want to do that to you. But I can feed you if you come over here. I can give you some. Come here. Come here. I showed you on Stream Friday what my pretzels look like. Come here. I'll let you have some. Here, Amber. Have a snack. True-mates, line up. It's snack time. Wait, I have a question. I have a really intriguing question. I was chewing first, though. Have you ever heard of or tried candied Cheez-Its? Don't worry, there's no fish crackers in my house right now, so they cannot be offended by me naming the cheddar squares by their brand name. Have you ever heard of that? Or tried it? Candy what now? Yeah, candied Cheez-Its. I should take a picture of them to show you. What an intriguing idea. That is what Jubby and I said. Never had Cheez-Its the regular way. You should try Cheez-Its the Aki way. Sorry. It sounds pretty good. They are surprisingly kind of good. They're sweet and salty, and you might think that the cheese would be weird. However, it wasn't that weird. And I'm really amazed that it's not more weird than it sounds. They are surprisingly, like, kind of greasy, which I am wondering if it's, like, cheese grease leaking out through the sugar. But I will take a photo of them to show you that they are real and I tried them, but Jubby and I liked them. Like a normal Cheez-It coated in sugar. I think they're called honey glazed Cheez-Its? But they're like candied. They're hard. They're not like a thing that is like a Cheez-It covered in like slimy honey. It is a crunchy Cheez-It. It's like toffee-like, the exterior of it, like in the way that it gets stuck in your teeth. Sounds good, especially if they use the extra crunchy kind. Yeah, they're very crunchy. Not a cracker. It is a cracker. It is the toffee-esque sugary substance outside of a cracker. And yes, it is crunchy, but it does after so long become kind of chewy. It's really strange. I had never heard of this before in my life, but the baby shower that Jubby and I attended on Saturday, which is for Jubby's sister, we helped set up all of the snacks for it that were so kindly provided by Jubby's mom. The Jubby mother. She really went over the top. She made so much food, an incredible quantity of food. And one of the things she made was candied Cheez-Its. And she gave them to Jubby and I to take home, and they are quite interesting. Reminds me of salty or sweet popcorn. I'm team salty. Yeah, I actually don't like sweet popcorn a lot of the time. I like chocolate-covered popcorn, but I don't like caramel corn or kettle corn very much. I don't know. Like honey roasted peanuts, maybe a little bit. I really would have thought the cheddar cheese angle would have made them really weird. Does it make your teeth stick together when chewing? If not, then sounds really good. If they do, would eat but cries. If you eat too many at once, it'll make your teeth stick together, but if you eat like one at a time and like chew them normally, they won't. And I only say this because greed does get the better of Jubby and I sometimes, and I did end up putting like 4 in my mouth at once, and that was a peanut butter-esque disaster of sealing my mouth shut. However, if you eat one at a time, there's no problem. They will just be crunchy. They will be okay. Eating crackers with honey goat cheese earlier. Had the idea that putting it on graham crackers rather than regular crackers would be like cheesecake. Ran out of graham crackers, so I can't test it right now. That does sound kind of cheesecake adjacent also. Which Jubby's mom also made cheesecake dip out of that. You know, Philadelphia brand cream cheese has that no-bake cheesecake stuff in a tub. It was that with caramel sauce on top of it that she homemade. And also, like, crumbled up, like, Heath bars or something, and chocolate chips. You dipped apple slices in it. It was really good. Yeah, incredible mother-in-law material there. Jubby and I are not married, so she's not my mother-in-law, at least not yet. But she is a very lovely lady, and she is a fantastic cook. She makes all kinds of really neat things. She made a cheese ball that was shaped like a pumpkin and used a pepper stem to be the stem of the pumpkin. Clever. She broke Nutter Butters in half and then dipped the ends that were like broken off in chocolate and then put sprinkles around the edge and stuck a pretzel in there and made little snacks that looked like acorns. It was woodland themed party. Incredible. Incredible. She's very cool. Gotta go early today. Hope everyone has a fun stream. Thank you, Moss Cake. Good luck with whatever it is that you are up to. We eat like 1 or 2 more pretzel and then we will go to Mikura. Talk to my music real quick. If I'm quiet, you can watch my hat flop. There's familiar candies I had in my village, but they're very sweet and the other later feels like hard honey. Inside they have condensed milk. Ooh, interesting. E.g. Jubby marriage when, Lamau? Don't know. I'll let y'all know. I'll keep you posted. I'll let you design my wedding attire as an envy. I'll let you know. Definitely, not definitely, but currently not in the game plan though. We're too poor for that. We would like to be able to afford it, hopefully, when that time comes, because it's a very special occasion, and neither of us has enough money for that right now. Greyscale? I was Greyscale once. They threw me into jail. The saturation jail. The saturation jail made me colorful. Crazy. Wedding design, concrete. Honestly, if I were to say, Jubby, do you want to get married in a brutalist structure? Jubby would say yes and probably be really happy about it. Jubby loves brutalism. I don't. I'm a maximalist. I like things colorful and everywhere. Jubby loves brutalism. Jubby loves a nice gray tone, which is kind of funny. Brutalism is so based. I like some brutalism, but it's just, to me, it's too dystopian sometimes. Like, I need windows, I need rounded shapes, I need colors. Yeah, eco-brutalism I'm a little bit more favorable towards, though. Married in a Soviet government building. Honestly, if you were to pitch that to Jubby, Jubby would say, hell yeah, probably. They would be all for that, which is very funny. Oh, for those unaware, Jubby's my partner. Without pictures of windows. No, thanks. I need my windows real or my seasonal effective gets crazy. Get married in your backyard? I don't have one of those. I live in a city. Are you crazy? I have like 4 by 7 feet of grass. That's not enough space. No. No, 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 no. We're gonna do it nice. We're gonna do something. We're gonna have a nice venue. It's gonna be cute. get married in the street. I'm sure that would go over really well in a major metropolitan city in the US. Forgot some mushrooms need lighting. Yes. Can I ask, why do you stream in just chatting and not art? Yes, you can ask. It's because, one, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I am not drawing these designs. If I stream in art, people assume that I'm drawing these. I am not the artist of most of the stuff we look at for VTuber design critiques. As much as I am doing some draw over and some editing, I don't want that to be something that is misunderstood. And then secondarily, I'm mad at Twitch because they have an AI generated image as the thumbnail for the art category. And it makes me really annoyed. I don't like it. So if I am just doing art and truly doing art, I will stream in that category because it just makes more sense. But I don't like doing it. And it's driving me nuts that the thumbnail is still AI. We signed a petition against it like 3 different times, and they still have done nothing. So unfortunately, this is where we are. But it works for the most part. Your model's so cute. Thank you. I made it myself. Will everyone snore for the rest of the night? Huh? Oh, I see what you're saying. What? Couldn't they ask one of the thousands of artists commissioned for the thumbnail? This is the question we ask every single time they put out an AI generated emote also, which is not an uncommon thing for them to have done. They've done that before also, which is really annoying. Yeah, and I also don't know why they couldn't just use the previous image either. It feels like they just don't listen to us often. Or that they care more about saving money than they do about user experience or the opinions of the fellas on their platform, which could also be true. There's a lot of misgivings about Twitch right now, so what can you do? Freddy Confetti, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Web designer, marketing team had nothing to do. Yay. How does it all fit together? Only heard about classics, marshmallow, chocolate, and cookie sandwich. We're going to add the rest? Hang on, what? Plain cheese quesadilla with honey, sweetened condensed milk, cinnamon on top. What? Okay, interesting. That sounds like the thing people do. Is it Colombian? It might be Colombian. Putting mozzarella cheese in hot chocolate. That sounds adjacent. Anyways. Mikara! So, I can tell pretty clearly and easily that you are a dragon. You've got dragon-like horns. I appreciate that your horns have a little bit more...
Beep Dragonite is capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokemon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land.
Thank you, Gary, but I do think you may in fact be confused. I believe this is not in fact Dragonite. I believe Dragonite is orange. That is important. I don't believe this fella is orange. Oh, enjoy your look, Ghostface. The safety of concrete. Thank you, though, Gary, for your wisdom. Infinite as it may be, and also potentially misguided as it may be. When we were reported after Joey finished painting the tank model. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I am Dragonite. Hey, good for you. I won't speculate, though. Oh, also thank you for following Ghostface. I appreciate it. So, I can tell you're a dragon. You have horns on your head. You have scale-like armor. Scale mail, as it may be. I don't know if this is actually genuinely considered scale mail, but it looks reminiscent of scales. Scale mail might look a little more like chainmail. And you have a really long, sharp, plated, armored tail, which is also doing a fantastic job of adding to your silhouette also. So, I would say that I can tell that you're a dragon. As far as being a knight goes, you also are wearing armor, clearly. You've got proper leg guards, you've got one of your arms armored, your upper body, and your neck is covered, your stomach area is also covered, and you seem to be wearing the padded underclothing that would make sense of a knight also. So I think we're able to determine your concept pretty easily. Also, do just want to note that you have a lot of really nice natural asymmetry. Your shirt's not tucked in on one side, you've got some belts that are off to one side or the other. Your cape is being held on by something that makes sense. with sort of a ring to clasp it across your body. The cape in general is adding a nice asymmetrical moment as well. It's also adding sort of these little decrepit, torn moments that make it feel like you've been through it. This is a seasoned knight. This isn't just some fresh, new to the scene fella. No, you've been in the fight for years. I could see this being the case. What I do think, though, having looked at you and having commended you on the couple of things for silhouette that I have, I think you could go even harder for your silhouette. I need to pull up an image of something. I have this reference because I was going to make a pangolin knight for this month's challenge, actually, for the Animal Gajinka challenge, but I didn't get around to that one. I just haven't had time with my minor amount of illness going on. But there are some really crazy armor pieces. Aha, here's what I was looking at, yeah. Ignore the Ken doll that's wearing it, please, but crazy spikes shooting off the shoulder. Do you see this? There's a piece that I had saved for a pangolin, yeah, which may have made an interesting knight. But big, exaggerated shoulder spikes may do you well as an asymmetrical moment as well, because I think that you could get more going for the silhouette through exaggerating your armor further. Let me see how they did that. Let me stick that there as a reference. Come back here. I'll shrink that a little bit so I don't have to see it so big. But the way that this is layered, where it's got these really big, sharp pieces, and importantly, they're pointing away from the head. This is one of those practicality things for armor that is incredibly important. You don't want to have armor pieces that are sharp, pointing towards your head. That's dangerous. So, like, you could still have this one here, but it might be nice if we had more of, like, a downward flow around the upper shoulder. And then we could have an upward flow coming up from the bottom of the arm. So, like, you could have your plates that have the really big, sharp bits sticking out of them, like this in your shoulder region. You can still have these, like, funny little, like, lumpy bits here. Sharp. Whoa, hang on, I'm selecting colors that don't exist. Try again. There we go, and I'm gonna, like, even, like, cut these out a little bit more so they feel more specific and they feel even sharper. Gonna be even more of them in here, too. But something like that's just going to add even more to your silhouette the more exaggerated you make it, too. We can see more plates overlapping with more pieces. And then these in here in the arm, you could make some of these even taller. So it truly feels like, I don't want to say evil, but intense, sharp. Make these spikes really intense. Oh, wait, hang on, I'm not even drawing on the right thing right now. Hang on, I've been doing all of this editing, not even wrong layer, wrong canvas. Close this. Wrong canvas, e.g. We don't even have a slot for that. Whoops. Try again. What I was saying, though. Longer, even sharper, more exaggerated on the spikes. They don't have to be completely practical, but they should at least be somewhat practical. There we go. Awesome. Yeah. Wrong layer, but twice. Like sharp. Yes. Even sharper. This I might actually have to point more down than I had it to, just so that you can still have your, whatchamacallit, have your strap go over your shoulder. But we could just move this strap to being, like, up here. Why can't I color select properly? Like, if this strap was here, we could have sharp element. Sharp element. I'm trying to mimic the little things that you have down there where they sort of scoop a little bit, but yeah. More sharp elements adding to silhouette would be good. Potentially. Maybe not a ton, but do you see for silhouette purposes how much more that adds? It also feels more reminiscent of how your tail is working too to do something like that as well. Then, also, for silhouette, I think that the shorter hairstyle you have over here is stronger in general, because especially when you have your cape on, it's going to allow your cape to add to your silhouette too. Where that fur is up around the edge a little bit more. But also, you just get a little more variety in here. We get little negative space cutouts around your face, around the fur. It's also reducing how much you have that is white on white also. Where having the hair touching the collar so much just makes the clarity a little bit lower. There we go. So maybe if you did want that to be a toggle, it may be that the toggle for the longer hair is on the version where you don't have the cape. Maybe those are inversely related, perhaps. Oh, Logan, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I don't know if I said thank you already, but thank you if I did not. Hello. Hi, Mindless Sticks. Long hair toggle or maybe an updo. Perhaps an updo might also work. Alternatively, if you really are attached to having the longer hair, you're definitely going to just want to make it darker. If I grab this and say... Where was I doing that? If I copy this... and just make it a multiply layer on top of those bits of hair so we can push it back. You could still have the longer hair, but just make sure that we can tell the difference between that and the fur that you have up there as well. Similarly, as I was talking about silhouette, you do have a lot of elements on your body that aren't really adding to the external edge as much as would make sense for them. Like this seems like armor padding or like some sort of belt. This would likely extend off the body some, which will make it feel more dimensional. Especially if we can see that like, oh, here's the belt itself on top of whatever that piece of padding is for the belt. And that's something that is super little, but it'll make the pieces feel all the more natural, where if we get this exaggeration, we can feel the thickness of the materials that the belts are made out of. This piece extending off the edge here. This belt going over the edge of the padding underneath it. We just have to be particular about how all the overlap is working. And it may be because this is somewhat in the sketching phase, but that's something that is important to include in the sketching as well. Take this as a compliment. How about making the fur on the cape darker? Would that work? You could make the fur darker as well if you wanted to. But I do feel like darkening the hair behind the head is still going to be the more effective solution, just because the hair is behind the head. It's further away from us in space, so it's adding depth to darken that. If the hair is really that stark white, despite being behind the head, it's just going to be a little bit distracting, potentially. But not terrible. You could do that if it's something that you want to do, but I'm not sure that that is inherently maybe the best solution. As I was saying for silhouette, also with the other parts of the body, you could have some of those cool spiked elements around your knees. I've seen this on armor. I went to the PMA once upon a time, the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and they have a whole exhibit on armor, which is lovely. I was very happy that I got to see that when I was there. But a lot of pieces of armor have this funny little thing on the side of the knee that I'm not sure what purpose it serves. But you could mimic that with those spikes again, like you have on your arm, potentially. Just for a little bit more silhouette, mayhaps. Oh, sorry, we're still looking at abs. I can get rid of the abs. I'm doing a focal point check on all of you. Protect jointed areas, right? Yes, but I'm not sure why it's placed on the side of the knee like that. It may be that it's so that if somebody swings a sword at you, it's a catch. Because if we're thinking about it, like if we were looking at this from the side, they were often shaped... Hello, can I draw? They were often shaped like this from a side view. So they're cupped, but they're really wide from a side view. So if somebody swings a sword at the side of your knee, maybe, it catches it? I think that knee armors do tend to have this extreme. Yeah, I did make it really extreme here. But just for fun, because we can. You can't plate on the corner, so it needs to flare Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes sense too. And I know that on the back of the knee, often like for your elbows and stuff, elbow guards often are shaped like, hang on, like hang on, I don't know if I've done this right. Like this, something like that. So your arm can still stick through it when it's straight, but you can bend to a really strong amount. Extreme degree. But your arm is set up differently. So yours is set up in a stacked manner that would allow you to bend your arm also. Take a sip of water. Noted. Aye, aye, Captain. Water's been sipped. Water. Okay. There we go. All right, more exaggeration. Here's a question for you. Have you considered making the armor that is on your shoes chunkier or more like dragon claw-like maybe? Because that could be something that's also good for silhouette. Like, you don't have to make it that they are huge, giant claws, but I'm thinking of, what are they? Do they have them in Fire Emblem? Do the Wyvern Knights have that? I feel like I've seen somewhere in Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy or something like that, claws on the toes of shoes. And it doesn't have to be that we're giving you like very dragon-like feet, but it could just be something that is interesting to have for silhouette. It could be something small, but just as a little touch, it could be fun. Haven't? Yeah. See boots on Pinterest with that? Yes, combat shoe blades. Also, this could be tactical, and now you're less likely to slide across surfaces, maybe. Should not be grabbed off your horse by some peasant. Yeah, more shoe armor so people won't grab at your legs when you're on your horse. Claws are for drawing in the sand. If we've learned anything from How to Train Your Dragon, that's true. But yeah, that could just be something that could add some interest. I'm just flaring these out a little bit more to match your knees, maybe. Because I do feel like we just need a little more details that are adding to silhouette in this part of the body. Whee! Claws! And you can make them really thin and spindly, the way that you've made your tail also. I feel like I haven't said enough nice things about the tail yet, but the tail is doing a lot for your silhouette with how wispy it is. And I know that you were saying that it may become something that is actually physically scaled, but there's something very interesting to me in the way that it's much looser right now, where it's sort of smoky around the edges. It feels like it's in motion. It feels like it's a little bit ethereal, less natural. And I almost wish that that was occurring elsewhere in the design. It's kind of funny to say that, because it's something that you're just doing as a sketching method, but the looseness of it is interesting. And it makes me wonder if it might be interesting if your horns had some sort of, like, not that thing where it feels like they're almost halfway between, like, our reality and somewhere else, like they're fading around the edges, or they've got this sort of, like, smoky texture happening to them. It just makes you feel even more otherworldly, which would make sense for a dragon to be. E.g. loves cracked asymmetrical horns. That's not what I'm saying! You don't have to crack them! You can leave them like this, it's fine. I'm just saying that if we had something that gives them that, like, glow almost to them, like your tail has, that might be interesting. Yeah, don't declaw your dragons. It is considered inhumane. Please treat them with love and care and respect. Also, don't deflame them either. That's akin to debarking a dog. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's evil and cruel. Okay, hang on. So, other things. We've talked mostly about silhouette. As far as clarity goes, I had pushed the back of your hair back. Unfortunately, I pushed it back to being the same color as the background is. Because the background is very similar. Whoops, hang on. Let me just go like that, so it's not exactly the same, but on a different colored background, we'll be able to see what I did there a little bit more clearly. As far as all the elements that are overlapping, I'm going to make an educated guess that once you have rendered them, they're going to have a little bit more clarity with the edges. But right now, I'm not too bothered by it. The blocking is decent. We've got a lot of darker colors on the bottom of the design, which we call bottom weighting. Makes you feel grounded. The black elements are well distributed. The bulk of the white colors being around your head does make your face very focal, which is working. I do think that your eyes could be even more focal, and that this red thing you have throughout your hair could be flared out a little bit more to A, add to silhouette, and B, make it more apparent that there's more red on your head than there is on that gem on your chest. So like if this just was like this, but obviously probably drawn about 40% better than I have drawn it, then that's drawing me up to your head a little bit more too. I like what you're doing with the eyes by making them have this sort of haunting edge to them, but they are very low contrast right now. And I'm wondering if you might just need to have that red that you have right now cover just a little bit more of the space before it diffuses. Let me blend it out, and then I'm going to reduce it so that it's not as much happening. If I go like multiply, 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 money add, then multiply, where's my multiply layer? There. That will help your eyes be just a little bit more focal from a distance. They were just a little bit too pale when reading them from afar. Wanted to be a bit menacing, so I gave her smaller pupils. Yeah, no, the smaller pupils are totally fine. I just think we need a little bit more color around the edges of them. I'm not sure the color I picked is fantastic. There we go. It's a little better. I gave you something a little too desaturated. But then that's helping your eyes grab us a little bit more from a distance. I think your horns that are on your forehead right now, as far as consistency goes, feel a little bit at odds with the rest of your horns. And they might work better if they just had like a little bit of a bend to them, ever so slightly. Because it'll also make it feel like we're viewing them from an angle as opposed to being so perfectly head on. There we go. Because we are between them right now as a person. Going to with the scale and the flesh. Yeah, I do see the scales on the face as well. That is a very small detail, and because it's mirroring the shape of these little tufts of hair almost exactly, I might suggest moving these tufts down in their shape. Oh, wait, I'm on a multiply layer. Oh, what have I done? Hang on, try again. There we go. Just so that those scales have a little bit more space to breathe, potentially. Even if it's just on one side, that'll just help us read them a little bit more clearly. Very quickly sketching that back in, but now they're not sitting at the exact same angle. So I can see that a little bit better from a distance instead of assuming that it is just a shadow from the hair, maybe. Let me see, what else is there? So right now your clothing, as far as color goes, is starkly black and white. And I know that you were saying you do like the black and white color palette, makes it feel edgy. But I do still think it would benefit you to add a color undertone to the design. Because that is something we can use to push the emotional read. Where if you use purples in the undertones, and I'm talking like something very subtle, it does not have to be a really strong color at all. You could say, alright, we could use purples, and then suddenly we get a little bit of like a magical feeling. I'm just gonna stick them in somewhere. Bear with me, it's not gonna be this intense. Like, that quantity of purple in the undertone. It just adds a subtle amount of interest to something. And honestly, if I was doing this, I might make, like, the black elements have a purple undertone, and then maybe some of the lighter parts have, like, a subtle blue undertone, or they have a more, like, slightly magenta undertone. Honestly, I could even knock that down even further. 10% purple. But it's just one of those things that makes a design really pop and feel like it's more fleshed out, feel like there's more to be enjoyed. It just adds a little bit of flair that can be necessary sometimes. Let's see, did I get all the areas where I think that would make sense? And who's to say that anything has to be a flat color either? I could say that, you know, this could be purple in undertone, but we could have areas where the undertone shifts a little bit more blue at the end of, like, the arms and, like, under the head or something. You can play around with them, yes. E.g. gray designs, also e.g. here's some color. Colorful propaganda. If you are looking at this and thinking I've made this colorful, I think you're losing it. Kindly. I don't think I've made this colorful, but yeah. Adding just a little bit of an undertone to things just adds a little bit of visual interest. They can be so, so good in a design. Let's see, I could even do color in these lighter areas. And that color can be changed to give a variety of effects. If you want it to feel mystical, purple's a good choice. If you want it to feel more dangerous, you could shift it more red. If you want it to feel cool, like you are somebody who is maybe more aloof. These are all things that'll help us read your personality. You could shift more into blues and teals with the undertones of things. But it is just something that is good to consider, potentially. I would let you make the decision as to what you would choose. I am losing it. Do not lose it. It's okay. No, nothing to lose. Everything to gain. Don't worry. Don't mind. I did see somebody say, for the sake of clarity, adding shading under the hair. I'm just guessing that there's no shading right now there because there's no shading almost anywhere right now. We're still in the sketching phase. But yeah, having a shade color under the bangs would be good in order to be able to see that edge a little bit better. Is always good, but I'm just guessing because there's no shading on the face at all right now that we just aren't there yet in the design. But that'll provide just the necessary separation that we need. But yeah, let's see. What did we not talk about? Let me come in here and start doing a little bit of grading. So for colors, I'm not really having a ton of trouble reading edges against each other. It's also not shaded yet, but I do think you could use some color undertone, so I might put that like right here. For silhouette, we didn't do a ladder test. You all thought I was going to forget it. Ha ha ha, joke is on you. Because I remembered. Let's do a ladder check. I use green. What layer? Did I make a new layer for this? I did. Okay. Good job, EG. Good job. I'm gonna eat a pretzel while I do this. Oh. You did forget it? No, I didn't. Nuh-uh. Did not. Nuh-uh. Oh my gosh, wait, there's so many lines to draw here. The ears are aligned, the bottom of the horns, the bottom of these horns. Hang on the top of these horns. Top of those horns. Did I miss anything? There's a lot of lines here. Bad and naughty shroommates have to try and figure out how to ascend whatever this is. I don't think this is a ladder anymore. This looks like the tress underneath a bridge. Got X's in this ladder. Whoever tried to assemble this ladder clearly has never tried to put a piece of IKEA furniture together before, and we love to see it. Don't be so mathematical about art. Anyways, here's some lines. Mathematically prove art is good. Hey, that's the reason why I do this, is because I tend to be a little bit more science-minded when it comes to breaking down how things should work in art. I need that, like, genuine evidence of something in order to rationalize it properly. In my brain, if someone's just like, yeah, you need more variety in your proportioning and your spacing, I'm like, sure, fine, whatever. Great, that doesn't actually help. But if they're like, hey, draw a ladder over it. If your rungs are clustered in areas that should be focal, if they are too similarly spaced out, that's bad. Things like that. That's concrete evidence, which Gary loves, and I also love. That's always helpful. I feel like it's a more universal way to teach something like this. Some people can feel things out just by vibes alone. I'm not one of them. I need my things like that, but you do definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, pass the ladder test. No trouble at all. Let's see, how many layers do I have here that I need to toggle on? What are all of these things? Hang on. Multiply, money, add, yeah, more red, more eyes. What in the world is that? Don't know. Okay. Silhouette. Silhouette's not bad the way that it is. I would say that your tail is doing a lot of the heavy lifting as things were, but the horns do add something. I think we could get more out of your silhouette by exaggerating your shoulder, exaggerating some of your armor pieces a little bit more, adding the toes, but it's not bad by any means. You've got a lot of natural asymmetry. For the way that you are intending your character to read, sort of cool and aloof maybe, or intimidating, I don't think the more square frame is a bad thing here. The tail's adding a lot of visual weight to the bottom of the design. So I'd probably put you like here. A lot of the stuff we were adding for silhouette was pretty minimal. For complexity versus clarity, I would say that the level of detail is appropriate. Do be careful when you get into rendering that you are not over detailing the rendering, because you have a lot of things happening. You've got a lot of layers to the armor, you've got a lot of belts overlapping. Right now, because it's all really flat, I don't find it overwhelming, because it's also a little bit low contrast. But do be careful that it stays that way, because otherwise it may be too much. But right now I think you'd be fine, and if we do, whoops, hang on, chibiify you, all of that armor would get super simplified, but it'd stay being armor. So the readability would stay, we'd still be able to tell it's you. So I'm not too worried about that. For focal point, it is definitely your head, without a shadow of a doubt. It's the only area of white that appears in the design. We can make your eyes a little bit more focal, but that's nitpicky. Your head is already well and truly focal. For concept and motifs, I can tell you're a dragon, I can tell you're a knight. Without really too much trouble whatsoever. I do think that something that may come to benefit you, maybe, which we didn't really talk about, adding another motif. Adding something that can further shape elements. Because as we talked about before, dragon knights are not an uncommon concept. And I would say that you already are unique in the way that you look as a dragon knight. I can tell that you are a dragon knight, and you look unique already. But you would be even more unique if you took just some other motif, some other little element, and added it into the design here, where I'm not really sure what that may be. You've got scars, so there's sort of this like cracking motif happening, but if there's just things that you like or that you think might be cool, that could be something worth adding, where, you know, what element is this dragon associated with? Whoa, I am cap maxing. I have several hats right now. Fantasy, medieval, gothic, knight. Wings may be helpful to distinguish from a demon. Maybe, potentially, if you would like to. But what I was thinking is something more along the terms of like a repeating pattern or a repeating shape or something of that nature. E.g. is capping. No, I'm clapping! But otherwise, I can tell that you're a dragon knight very clearly. That's one of those things where, because the design is so strong, I'm gonna push you to make it even stronger, mayhaps. Red eyes with slits for pupils like a dragon would be cool, or even good eyes? You mean green eyes? The eyes do already have slit pupils, and the pupils are really small. It'll be easier to tell that if you were sitting like in VTuber view. If we were at the distance we'll often see you on stream from. But yeah, so I think that's most of the grade. I put you on the fridge because I thought your design was neat. And it was also interesting seeing how much you've evolved since you first submitted. I don't even know where your first submission is sitting, because I think I might have had it downloaded for quite a while at this point. But it's nice seeing how much you've evolved. Hang on, go away, Land of the Lustrous, we don't need you anymore. Oh, spoilers, hang on. So good work. Let me do a little bit of math here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Good work. This is a tough rubric that we have here. And clearly you're excelling, so good work. There's some little things we can push you to consider more, but I would say you have truly learned just how much it can benefit you to iterate on a design. I see you saying, oh, not the first design. Iterating is always good. But yeah, round of applause, please, for Mikara. Thank you for submitting. Also, Farrell and Monty, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you much, Squiiji in chat, of course. Thank you for submitting. I'm gonna save these ones and close them. My computer's been making funny noises today, so I'm gonna save these first two we've looked at, close them, so that way I'm not gonna worry about it so much. So this is our third one for the, oh, thank you for cookies, third one for the thumbnail fellas. And listen, I know you're all gonna fight me immediately. This is not fully grayscale. I get it. The point was that they were mostly grayscale. And this is mostly grayscale. And my critique for them is that they probably should be more grayscale. In a couple of areas. Can't background check because no social. No, so Alex, if you have debuted since you submitted, they had mentioned in their details that they just hadn't debuted yet. And that they are like still working on things. So they may have debuted since that, she may have, but not yet. Also, she was cropped. I expanded the canvas, but she was unfortunately cropped a little bit off, so that's why the fingers and the limbs are doing that right now. Give some colors to the Dragon Knight. I don't think we have to give colors to the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight wanted to be more colorless, but this one we could. Zoom out, want to reverse image search? Go ahead, yeah, go for it if you want to try. I've tried, but I always have a hard time with reverse image searching using Google because it doesn't accept it half the time. So I used TinEye and it didn't retrieve anything for me. Let me know if Google finds anything though. Black background is messing with the composition. Yeah, I made it a little bit lighter. So, I ate a snack because Rex made me. What are we looking for? Oh, they were looking to see if they could find the socials for this person. Because they had submitted and not provided me any socials, unfortunately. But we'll get started while Rex is doing research. Alex, she's a person who blends in with the crowd and uses Decora-like fashion to try and stand out / make friends that are into said fashion. So what I'm guessing we're seeing here is that for that sort of fitting in angle, I'm seeing a like school-like uniform with long sleeves, a bow tie, a collared shirt, and a skirt that is somewhat pleated. But then there are still attempts at making the attempts at personality in the design in a way that kids who attend private schools or just schools where you don't have control over how you dress tend to do. There is a very strong amount of Hello Kitty and friends referenced in the design, and I would encourage you to be incredibly careful about that. Sanrio is one of the most cease and desist friendly companies, not friendly, cease and desist heavy companies out there. They will get you. Sometimes they'll get you for drawing fan art, sometimes they'll get you for all kinds of crazy things. So, be careful. If you make your little creatures something that is going to make it so that they are not as obviously Hello Kitty and Friends references, you might be okay. But I am going to caution you to be careful. Like, you can have a literal pink cat. Or a cat with something on it that's pink, but like, your cat may need to wear its bow around its neck, as opposed to in the Hello Kitty ear position. Just for safety's sake. And this goes, even if you are not a VTuber, I have seen people get bonked by Sanrio for OCs. Because even if you're posting it online, Sanrio sees that as an opportunity for you to monetize using it. And that is something that they tend to not be a fan of. Pink heart on the ear. Yeah, you could have something else. A pink heart on the ear, they make people to argue, is still too similar to their design. But by moving the bow location, they wouldn't be able to argue it as well. So, be careful about that. Your bag is Karopi. Also, all you may need to do to make this bag not Karopi is go, like... this, and just move his face up. So that his face is really short. And he does have a bow tie, which Karopi also has, so we may have to modify the bow tie into something else. If you made it like an actual like ribbon or something, that might be enough so that way you don't get bonked by the overlords of Sanrio. So I would caution to be careful with that. Yeah. Like Nintendo, but with pastels, yes. Nintendo, Disney, and Sanrio, to me, are the three horsemen. There's probably a fourth, but I don't think of a fourth. Three horsemen of cease and desists. So be careful. Don't mess with them. They will get you. They will find a way to do it. They will find you. They sense it when you've used their IP, and they will smite you. So, just enough distance so that way we can tell you're referencing it, maybe, but you're not directly copying them. Yeah, Blizzard, potentially, but yeah, they don't go after everything. Blizzard's a little more forgiving. Need to eat night-night. Good night, also! Iron Mouse and Connor are in danger with all their Cinnamoroll. I am pleasantly surprised that she's gotten away with as much as she has, and it may be because she's a very high-profile creator that they're not willing to strike her down, and she also talks at length about buying Cinnamoroll plushies, and she has a lot of them, so they may be turning a blind eye on that one. But don't be complacent. Just because one person gets away with it, don't put yourself in potentially harm's way. So, for this design, I do think it is reading that this character has an interest in Decora-style fashion. I do think that that is coming across, especially from the one really significant shorthand we're getting in the hair, which is the overwhelming quantity of hair clips. That is such a hallmark of this style, and it's working well. I think I could have guessed that this character has a Decora inspiration. Oh, wait, I missed the Cinnamoroll in the hair. Oh, there's a Cinnamoroll in the hair. Become rabbit with a bow tie. Become something else. They get the point. They get the point. Iron Mouse probably sponsors Cinnamoroll at this point. Yeah, honestly, Iron Mouse is probably increasing interest in Cinnamoroll, potentially. Yeah. So, I am getting the fact that the design is Decora inspired. I will say, right now, because of the way the color is handled, I am significantly distracted by the legs. Red is a really high chroma color, and what I mean by that is that red is a color that will grab our attention like no other. At 100% saturation, red outcompetes every other color when it comes to drawing attention. It's why YouTubers use red on their thumbnails to point at things and be like, ah, oh, look at my thing, clickbait, look, click this thing. Right now, we want to click on your knees because they're so red. And there's not a lot of warm colors happening in the design. You've got a cool pinks, really desaturated oranges and yellows. They're really pastel around the face, but then you have these really high saturation socks. I do feel like these socks may be able to work if they were handled in the colors of your rainbow. Hang on, can I clip this? I think I can. I separated it. Yippee, look at that! So by doing this, we'll reduce contrast, which will be necessary, first off. And then second off, these like white parts might also still just be a little bit too high contrast. We may go for the classic, you know it, you love it, EG special, sweeping gradient. From the bottom up. I think I see yellow in the undershirt. There is yellow, that might be an undershirt. I think that might be a belt buckle though. But there's not, what I'm saying is there's not a ton of very saturated warm colors in the design. Oh, and there's not even yellow on this rainbow. Or not even orange, so maybe I just replace all of the orange with yellow. Why am I using such a small brush? I could be more efficient with this if I paid attention. There we go, cover that. Make the green more pastel. There we go. So then this will be just a little bit less distracting. Because I don't want to tell you to totally get rid of all these fun colors on your socks. But I fear that they are just distracting us right now. There we go. Gradient it down to blue. Whoops, hang on, I forgot this one. There we go. So, see how much less distracting that is? They are still drawing a little bit of our attention, but not nearly to the degree that they were before. Similarly, I might say that we could use more contrast between other elements in the layers of the clothing, and that might also help us to be less distracted by the legs too, where the hair is really stark and high contrast. The shirt, by not being pure white, is less distracting. But I do think that the sleeves could maybe use to be a shade or two darker, and same deal with the skirt. They're pretty mid-tone-y. The design ends up mostly in the mid-tones as a result. Once again, e.g., work smarter, not harder, make a bigger brush, thanks. There we go. Granted, I'm gonna make this a little harder to read against the background I have right now, just because it's similar in value right now, but I can change the background color. So that way, it won't be as similar. I might just put the whole thing on an entirely lighter background color. There we go. And then if I darken the skirt just a little bit too, to match, we'll just have more breadth in our variety of values throughout. We won't see them in VTuber view. That's true, we won't see the socks in VTuber view. So they can stay just as like a fun moment, but yeah, we did just need to make them a little bit less distracting. Wait, that's on top, nice, okay. Push all of this back a bit, and then push this back a little bit too. I will say, there is something very interesting happening in the hair right now that isn't really adding as much to the silhouette as it could be, just because the arms are posed directly on top of it. The hair is in these really interesting pigtails with these floating circles wrapped around them. If the arms were brought down to the sides, those would add a lot more to silhouette in a way that would be nice. So I do just want to note that those are there. The pose right now is making them not as effective in the silhouette as it could be. So there we go. Better variety in value. Let me change the background color. If I put it like here so it's not pure white. No, that's awful. Let me just go edit tonal correction. See if I can slide this to somewhere where... Oh, because we have so many different values. It's actually really hard to get a good background. Like, I feel like that's kind of okay, but that's the exact same color as the shoes are. Ah! Brings the middle part of the design nicely. Shorten up, creates a vertical that leads to the face in high contrast area. Socks, bag, hair. Keep 2, 3 is too much. Ah, I do see what you mean. I do think that the bag could also be a little bit more pastel, and that would make it also less distracting visually to us too. Where if it was using this green instead of the more saturated green, hang on, if I just do saturation. There we go, to push it back just a little bit. That will help it be less focal as well. But then we can also push it just a little bit darker on the bottom edge as well. Actually, I shouldn't clip that to that. I should, I don't even know where I should be clipping stuff. What is this layer? This can be a, oh no. Layer nightmare. Give me like a gray. I'll push it back. But that will help make this all entirely less focal too. So that the eyes aren't pure stark white. There we go. Let me blend this out also now. There we go. It can become more saturated the higher up the body it goes. And then similarly, the legs. Because I thought I was doing that earlier and I forgot. Oh! There we go. So now the focal point is shifting much more to the face. The clothing feels more desaturated. Black hair a bit too much, make it shorter so the details are concentrated in the upper part of the design. The hair doesn't bother me being so long. I'm not really bugged by it. I wish that there was more of this interesting purple glow coming out of the hair, where we have this floating ahoge that could be a prime opportunity for that purple and blue situation to be happening more. I'm not really sure why it's floating, but it is interesting. I'm making this ahoge even more intense in its shape. There we go. But making it sort of mimic these little bits of hair that are shooting out the sides. And this piece of hair could have that sort of blue... Hang on. Blue to grayish purple to purple transition that's happening on the inside of the head. Because I find that to be very interesting. It's really pulling my attention into the head. which that may help with as well. For me, it's the fact that the pigtails align with the arms that bothers me. Yeah, it's just an A-pose thing happening. If the arms were down at the side, the hair would be adding to the silhouette a lot better than it is right now, unfortunately. But that's mostly a pose thing. So right now for me, I would say that level of detail-wise, the face is definitely focal. Also, because of color, there's more saturation around the face now than there is elsewhere. That's also helping to make the face more focal. I do think that there are elements that could use to be larger, or just slightly relocated in the design still. This hat right now is small, and it's such a diagonal angle that it just feels a little bit odd. It's not overlapping anything either. But I feel like it could be stronger if it was rotated a little bit more, so it feels like it is going to be sitting on the head, even though it is floating. And then just a little bit larger, that would be good. Similarly, some of the other little details could probably just be lighter too. I think this actually had a color in it, but when I separated the background, I might have accidentally lost it, so sorry about that. I can put it back in there. Yeah, okay. Move the hat up. The hat's contrast isn't working with the background, but I've kind of given up on getting the background quite right. What pose would you recommend doing? Just changing the arm angle to being like this behind the body. And then having the hands down here. And you could have like an arc to it so that they aren't like super straight. You can still have your sleeve. You could still have that little cutout area for negative space, but then you would just use shading on the sleeve in order to make sure that we can tell where the edge is. But then as a result of that, we'd be able to read all of this ponytail back here a little bit better, be able to see what's going on with this hair here. And then like the weird disc things that are happening. Bam. In that area. I didn't really do a very clear job of drawing it. But just so that they're not directly overlapping so much. And then also, those hairs, when they're moving, we'll be able to read them a little bit more clearly as well on top of that. I think a tricolor signalization light on the road. Red, orange, and green. We have 3 in this model. Red, orange, and green. Red, yellow, green, I think is what I think of for the road signs, but or for stoplights. But I see what you mean. That is kind of orangey. And a funny thing to note for people who refer to the lights, stoplights, as being red, green, or red, yellow, green, I guess they are probably technically red, orange, blue. Modern stoplights have blue instead of green. It's like teal almost, but that way people who are colorblind can differentiate the red and green, and I say green in air quotes, more clearly. And by that, for specifically red-blue color, or red-green color blindness. Yeah, did you know that one? Interesting, right? Pay attention to it when you go out. You can tell when you see an older stoplight, because it'll be really green. But the newer ones, if you look at them, they are blue. You'll notice they're like teal, they're Miku-y. Yeah, win for accessibility! Yes! I agree. Okay, what else do we have going on here? So for silhouette, the pigtails are good for silhouette. The bag is decent for silhouette. The clothing, while it's not adding a lot to the silhouette, is, you know, a good point of contrast to the craziness that's happening elsewhere. So I am not bothered by the fact that the uniform is very realistic in its shape otherwise. I do think, however, there are a couple of elements that could use more exaggeration to work to greater effect. So, like, I did come in here and draw over this cat. Our generic cat could be bigger, so that way we can see it from a distance. And how funny is it to have a cat being the little thing that is holding your bow tie on, or your just like tie around your neck, and it itself is also wearing a tie around its neck? I feel like that's like very silly, but in an endearing manner. But like, make it bigger so we can make out what it is from a distance. And then same deal with this one. You want to have like your little dog creature. Just make it larger. And then these little dots could also probably be a little bit bigger. I think these are meant to be pins, perhaps. There we go. But that will just help them be something we can notice from a distance as well. Just see how much better they read now. Yeah. And then similarly, like, you've got this Charm! It's not really being affected by gravity the way that it might make sense to be, but that's okay. We can defy gravity in a VTuber model. We don't have to be super attached to it. I would suggest that all of your little clips on here could probably still use line art. With your hair, not lining them is less noticeable, but for consistency's sake, I would say that they do need some line art so that they read a little bit better, mayhaps. Could create their own little characters, go ham with adding the design as accessories. Yes, exactly. If you have your own funny little creature OCs, those would be fantastic to put in here also. But I think that's actually the bulk of the critiques that I had here. I think you're doing a good job of attaining the concept you were aiming for, where somebody who blends in with the crowd, and thus you've made them black and white. Similarly, you've also dressed her in what feels like school attire, where you're forced to sort of blend in with everyone. But then you've added all the little accessories that you could use to jazz up a uniform, so that way you can still find your people who, you know, enjoy the same things that you do. So I think it works. Purple spreading out of her head makes you think her head is like a light bulb. A little bit, but this isn't an uncommon thing to see in anime-style designs from time to time. I feel like I've very often seen glowing hair on the inside. It's one of those kinds of hair dye styles. I forget what it's called, but I've seen people do it in real life now too, where it's nice to make the face more focal a lot of the time. But let me turn off all of my edits, and then I can A, do a ladder, and B, grade from where we once were. It is kind of crazy at the end when we go back to what the design looked like before edits sometimes. Sometimes we end up changing a lot and not realizing it. Shoes, there's some stripes here. Bottom of the hair. Our frog of some kind. I wouldn't draw a diagonal for that because it's too steep, but I would draw a line for the bottom of the ribbon. Maybe like this. And then the mouth is really dark, but it's because it's open. But I still count it. The eyes. The hat, I'm not really even sure how I would draw a line for it either, but maybe like that. And then the top of the head and the top of the ahoge. I don't think I want to climb this either. Got some clustering around the head. This is a little bit of a repetition in spacing, but it's okay. A lot of variety, not very symmetrical. I would say this is dangerous. Thank you, Zany, for pitching your ladder directly into my hat. That's what the point of all the danglies are. It's like those little fly traps. It'll catch the ladders before they can hit me directly in the eyeball. It's for my safety. But yeah, I would say that's a passing ladder test. Let's turn on all those layers again. Where's the arm? Hello? Where did I draw that arm? There it is. Okay. Grading time. Clear that. So for color palette, the color choices are nice, but some of them are just too bold. They're too saturated, and some of the values could use to be shifted a little bit darker. Oh, my underhand was strong today. I'm glad you're practicing your underhand. It's good for health to practice your throwing technique. Get a little bit of cardio, get a little bit of arm workout in. Yeah. Toxic masculine trait is seeing the ladder and going, I'd win. I have a feeling you'd be humbled, probably pretty quickly. Silhouette, not bad. Change the pose of the arms though, please, I beg you. But the silhouette itself is probably okay. I would change where the hat is sitting, maybe exaggerate your ahoge a little bit more, but then I think you're golden. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is appropriate, especially considering you are using elements of Decora in the design. I think that some of the elements do need to be a little bit larger for clarity's sake, and then some of those details need to be changed for copyright's sake, but not bad. For focal point, your head is doing all of the right things to be focal, but unfortunately, your legs are so saturated, they're stealing it. Why are you stealing? They are stealing it. If anyone knows the thing I was referencing, I don't know why I even said that. Why are you stealing my nuts? I think it's called Armenian Father with Squirrel or something. It's worth looking up. It's very silly. Oh, Amber knows. Amber knows. Amber always knows. I am always so happy that my mods have my back and my references of ye old Tumblr memes. I love that video. Me too. Jovi and I watch it from time to time. It just cheers us up. For concept and motifs, I think I'm getting it. I think you did a fantastic job of conveying that concept to us. And also, I say this not infrequently, but intentionally picking a really specific fashion sense is such a good thing to do when you are designing a character, because it can provide so much guidance in how to proportion things. And if it's a fashion sense that works IRL, it's gonna work in a character design to some capacity too. So it really helps to nail down a fashion sense. And I think this design is benefiting from it greatly. So what do we have here? Also, I just liked your design in general. I thought it was very endearing. And the balance of saturation and pastels with monochromatic, I thought was clever. I don't think I've seen that very much before. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. Good work! If you end up debuting, I would love to know. Rex did try and reverse image search you and only found my thumbnail. So I would love to know if you're out there. Please let us know. But, Shrewmates, can we get a round of applause for Alex, please? Can't clap, so I ponder. You can clap with your hands in real life in your house. I promise that my mycelial spies will alert me that you are clapping with your hands. Holding your hands together to reflect a shy personality, maybe? Oh, you could do that! Or you could do like a hands behind the back type of pose, or a hands like up over like the chest kind of pose, like hang on, track my hands like this. You could have a posed model. That may be good for personality too. That's always an option. But yeah, pretty good. Close that one out. On to our next one. Also, I was not participating in bingo yet. I forgot bingo. So that was a uniform-like outfit. We've had thigh highs, mismatched hair clips we had. Definitely said bear with me. We had pointy ears, light hair and pale skin for sure. I did get a free space. There was rainbow in the color palette of the last one. I did wrong layer cronk. We did have hair vents. I don't know if we had gold eyes. No wing motif. We had an off-the-shoulder cape, but not a jacket. We did have sheer fabric, though. No unnatural hair color. Or what? There's purple in that last one, so that counts. Sadly, I don't have bingo. Not yet. We'll keep an eye out for bingo, though. Yuki Thorn VT. Oh, have we added another letter to the... to the words here. I can add that. Thank you, Rex. So cool, right? I've had this one saved for a minute, and I was chomping to bits ready to talk about this character, because this character reminds me of... Oh, what is her name from... From... Oh no, what is her name? Tall, white-haired lady from the show that has the lizard. What is it called? What is that called? Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. Her name's not Noe, is it? No. Oh, it's CG? The lizard. Yeah, it's a lizard. He's an anthropomorphic lizard, but he's got a lizard head. You know what I'm talking about? Is it Durara? No, Durara is a different thing. But it's something like that, where the name, like, repeats, like, 3 times. Yes, wordy. Thank you! Dorohedoro! Yes! Reminds me of, the girl from Dorohedoro. In, like, the best way possible. Love a beefy girly who looks like she could, yeah, muscle lady. I think it's just because she also has white hair, but I mean that in the best way possible. It is great. Also, Obsidian Aether, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Noe. It is Noe. Okay. I thought so. I thought it was Noe, but I was second guessing myself, because I was like, no, Noe is the girl from Fire Emblem Awakening who is a dragon. But this is Yuka Icethorn. She, her at Yuki Icethorn VT. Wait, hang on. Is it Yuki or Yuka? Let me scroll back up to what Rex had said. Yuki. So, name might actually be Yuki. I may have misspelled the first name here. Potentially. I guess you didn't know we. Ha 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 ha. It's like no, not quite. They're very similar. Yuka is a Dullahan who fell into the human world after disaster struck her clan within the Fey Wilds. She scavenged what she could from the area of her arrival, with the remaining pieces of armor being a piece of armor from her Dullahan days. So she does have her bandaging around her neck from, you know, where her head may or may not have been lost. Or it's Yukai Ice Thorn? Oh. It could be. I might just be missing a letter here. Or it's just not, we just didn't have all the letters in there. It might just be shortened, you're right. Big arm, detachable head, the baseball throw should be deadly. That's true. I would love to see that as a VTuber, as a redeem, as just like, toss your head. Instead of having a bald redeem, it's a headless redeem. Or like a Joel-esque, like, takes head off, holds it redeem. Those would all be good things. But, anyways. All things I love. Oh, not to censor shame, but hips. Yeah, the hip might be a little dangerous for a VTuber design. You're right. We might want to raise this inner layer of pant just like this, maybe. Or just, like, add another layer to it. You're not really allowed to show those hip lines. I don't know what to call them other than a term that is incredibly inappropriate for the Shroomate audience. I don't know what they're actually called, but the lines on the hips are not supposed to be shown on Twitch. Twitch 2S violation for the bingo. Do we have that as a bingo thing? I feel like we should. We do see a Twitch 2S violation almost once a stream, I feel like. But yeah, so just add another layer of your pants there, and you should be fine. The wrapped chest itself is okay. There we go. It is a bingo? Wait, is it really? Okay, good. I forgot that I did that. The V. Yeah, the V. I don't think I've ever gotten that on my own bingo card. I feel like I get the same words over and over and over and over again on bingo. What can you do though? So. First things first, I'm not the realist. I'm incredibly fake. I'm a mushroom who exists only in the internet. But anyway, drop this, let the whole world feel it. Inverse that. Nope, invert it. Thanks. I'm doing a silhouette check. If it wasn't apparent from all the words I'm saying. Silhouette! Pretty dece! Apparently the one term is V-cut for some reason. Okay. Interesting. Adonis line. Oh, see, that sounds cool. I like that. That sounds anatomical and or Greek and or Latin, maybe. Hip smile. These are all really nice things to call it, compared to the word that I almost used, and I'm glad I didn't autopilot and use. But anyways, silhouette! Big chunky arm on one side. Good! Pants have a decent shape to them too, but we are putting most of the emphasis in the design and the upper body. The hair is real tight and kind of spiky. Yes, it was Amber. For how pure I am of the shroom, I have only, unfortunately, it's like me calling that one style of glove the thing that I call it. Unfortunately, I've heard words sometimes. Anyways. The thing that I think could really take this design the extra mile is a more specific hairstyle. Here, where it's sort of flayed out around the head, that's interesting, that's engaging. The hair could also be a little bit wispy in a way that could be reminiscent of the Dullahan nature. Don't laugh at me, Amber. Don't laugh at me. You clearly knew what it was too, so you are not safe either. But yes, this is a very clear and efficient silhouette. I do wish that it had this like big chunky asymmetrical moment that it has on that like side profile, because it makes it feel like the bangs are sort of pushed off one side of the face. Like that. I feel like the hair just needs a little more drama. Do you know what I mean? Give me drama. Bam. And I could use like the darker colors that we grabbed here to feather it out just a little bit so it matches. But yeah, drama. All the way to the silhouette is on one side. That's also why I'm adding this to this side, is because it's going to counterbalance it just a little bit. I could see a claim for, you know, if you wanted to counterbalance this a little bit more too, we could add something else to this arm, even if it isn't armor, just so that way it feels like we're not totally missing things. So like you could wear some sort of armband that is like tied on or something. Or, hang on, I was just gonna put like a bandana or something that's tied around the arm as like, I don't know, something that's keeping use safe or something, or is covering a wound, or is just there. But you could also have the bandages have weight to them or extend off the edge of the body. Your bandages could hang a little bit in a couple of places. We can see that, like, you know, maybe you're not doing the greatest of jobs with taking care of those things. I have a really weird pen right now, which is not helping this. But that could just be a nice little, like, subtle additional detail. Buckler. Ooh! Barbarian or Berserker clothing ideas. Those are good plans, but yeah, buckler, if placed on the hip, could be a nice counterbalance as well, mayhaps. I could be here for that. Also, I think the way I've shaped the hair is a little bit goofy right now. This square is just a little bit too upwards. There we go. Yeah. Directionality with the hair, making it chunkier, less symmetrical. Also, I don't know if I need to do this bang thing though, but I will fill in the rest of your bangs right here where your hair or where your skin is coming through for some reason. There we go. Again, go for a few minutes and I come again to abs. That is funny that that did happen twice today. But this time it's not my fault. It's not me this time. Extra strap or spike on her left boot. Could do that just for a little bit of added asymmetry if we wanted to. For fun, especially since she said that the clothing is being acquired from, you know, whatever was like left over or could be salvaged. So yeah, having another one or something that's like more of an angle could be good just for a little bit of asymmetry too. Yeah, I see. Buckler could be good. I'm gonna make it this color because that's what color the armor is. Bam, is that underneath? Oh, it is perfect. I'm not gonna design a buckler. But design maybe a cool shield of some sort that has something going on with it. Maybe it can have spikes on it that match your armor. Doesn't have to if it's something that you found from scrap or something. Whoops, hang on, that wouldn't be on the front side. But you get the idea. But then, yeah, that would be a nice counterbalance, perhaps, which may be necessary. Also, for bingo's sake, hey Shroomates, if you haven't already, please check off spot blacks. This design does in fact have spot blacks, which are these areas where we've shaded all the way in with the line art color. I don't know if that's what they're going to do for their final design, but I like how grungy it makes the design feel from having done that in the sketching phase. So I hope that that is something that continues forward with the design into the future, potentially. Shield looks good? Thanks! Glad to think so. And that would also provide some sort of use for this belt that's being worn too. So now the belt is functional, not just holding pants up, but it's holding some sort of shield on there too. But those might just be good little things for balance to the other side of the body. It seems like there may be some wear on the bandages, but you could even have the bandages be sitting looser, so that way we can see, like, you know, that it's sagging. Maybe they're not the best maintained. Or you could even have it so that, you know, if we're gonna be really, like, edgy protagonist about it, you could have it blowing in the wind. Or have it be smoke-like in the way that it is disappearing behind your head as a hint to the fact that you are a Dullahan who does not actually have a head. Just little things that could be, interesting! I didn't fill my shape in, sorry, whoops! I didn't mean to turn your computer completely white, that was terrible for all of us. There we go. I'm gonna fade this out at the edge and then, like, maybe, like, go like that, right? So that way we get a little bit of, like, a ghostly element to it, spirit-esque element. Bam. Beautiful. Bam. Bam. So we can see these things on top of the body. Honestly, I should do that with other parts of the bits. Oh, that's so edgy. That blow in the wind. I kind of love that, though. As just, like, a little idea there. But, like, yeah, like this one, if it's, like, going like that. It feels like it's unraveling, but then it feels just a little bit spiritual also. Or like it's connected to the spirit. Not spiritual in the religious sense, but just adding more layers to what's going on with it. There we go. So, that's interesting. That's exciting. We didn't talk about color yet, which is something that I do think we should discuss briefly here, which is that, similar to some of the other designs we looked at, despite the fact that this is kind of a grayscale monochromatic design, we're shading with colors. We're shading with like almost a burgundy color here, with some purples. All of the blacks have a really warm undertone, and then the whites have a yellowy undertone to them, or even like red undertone in some places, which the skin also has a similar undertone too. So we are keeping in a warm palette, which is making this character feel a little bit more friendly in some ways, but also just menacing from the reds throughout. So I do think it's working pretty well. Oh, not Jeremy, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Song goes with her character? That's a funny coincidence. Funny that could in fact happen. These are just my always songs that we always have here going on in the shroom state. But yes, the color undertones are nice. The fact that this is much more desaturated, this is more saturated, I think is a good move right now, but I think that's only coming from the shading. And I feel like you could get more out of this if you had a greater variety of undertone happening, where some of the elements could be even further towards purple, not like that. Please desaturate that more. There we go. Could be more purple, or even like almost to blue in their undertone, as opposed to being as purple. Even if that's just changing the shading colors a little bit on them. So that way we're not using the same shading color for everything. Because this makes the pants a little bit more different. You could do that in other areas also. I'm going to pull this up here maybe for consistency. But just something to think about. Not maybe completely necessary, but could be nice for more variety. So then after that, we've talked color very briefly. I do think that you're going to need more shading around the hair just so that we can see it against the edge of your collar a little bit better. Grab a multiply. I need a darker color. There we go. And it doesn't need to be that saturated. We want to keep your hair pretty grayscaled probably. But just push the depth a little bit better so we can see your ties around your neck. Your eyes being red does make them pretty focal, which is good. It's the only area of high saturation on the whole character, which I think is working favorably. The freckles are a very cute, endearing addition as well, which I think is doing well to help contrast how intimidating this figure feels otherwise. Their stature is rather intimidating. Their hairstyle with how choppy it is pretty intimidating. But the freckles do add something endearing that makes us want to get to know this character maybe a little bit better. Lets us know there might be a little bit more depth here as well than maybe what we are immediately seeing, what immediately meets our eye too. So, I think that is working in the right direction. Contrasting the round shapes of the musculature and the chest and the pants against the really sharp edges of the armor is a good move for the shape language being used throughout. What else do I have to say here? You're really cool. I could say that, but I don't know if that's not a useful critique at all. That's just the gets this point, because for as much as you weren't on the thumbnail, I had actually saved this design for a long time because I wanted to put it on the thumbnail, but then I couldn't because it's too small. Whoops, hang on, spoiler. The drawing just wasn't big enough. If I zoom in, it gets really pixelated, and I couldn't use it. No! But I just thought you were really neat. So, for color palette, give me like another undertone somewhere. Just one, please. Just one. More variety in the undertones. But you already had undertones, which is fantastic. I'm so happy about it. For silhouette, really strong silhouette. Very concise silhouette as well. I would say that this is a character that is doing a great job of not being over-designed. This is a surprisingly animation friendly design for the most part. The bandages, maybe not as much, but mostly pretty animation friendly, especially if you're going the 2D route. Armor like this would work fantastically in 3D. The level of detail here is not super high, but I'm not feeling like your character is generic as a result, because the way that the armor is constructed, and the boots, and the wraps on the body, and the hair shape, all feels really specific. It feels like you spent some time designing those things, which I'm happy to see. So I give you full points for that. For silhouette, we were just trying to balance you a little bit. You were a little bit left heavy. So we were trying to add just a little bit more on the right to offset it. More spikes in your hair, maybe your bandages, or something tied around your arm. That way we're also getting a little bit more of this color to the right side of the body as well to match, but not bad by any means. You're pretty dang close. Focal point. It's your eyes, because they're the only thing that's high saturation about you. Good work. You're also very well bottom weighted in that all of the dark colors, the darkest areas, are the lowest in the design. Makes it feel like you're quite grounded by shading the boots in so dark. But then we have more and more of the bright colors the higher up the figure we go. So like this area is probably a broader focal area. And then if we were to, you know, specify what within this area is even the most focal, it's the eyes. So good work. No questions, concerns there. For concept and motif, I feel like you could work in just a little bit more of that Dullahan angle into the design when you don't have your head missing. Where it could be something as simple as like your hair having a meander to it that feels like that smoke pattern you've drawn, even if it's just like you're a Hoge or something. And then they sort of, you know, dissolve off into the distance. The way I've done it right now feels a little bit corny. There may be a better way of doing it than what I've done. Hang on, I'm pushing it back. But just something else that's a hint that you are a little bit otherworldly. Maybe if it's that your hair sort of is a little bit transparent around the edges or something. But there could be something that just gives us a little bit more of a hint. Because the armor is a good hint. The armor's a good hint. But you could just use a little bit more of a hint. So you do feel a little bit more like a spirit when I fade those edges out too. You're just appearing on us a little bit. Maybe. But I think you're doing the right things otherwise. Let me put that there. Yeah. Boot dagger. You could add a boot dagger. For sure, if you want to. More weaponry is always a good thing for somebody who is knight-like to have. But yeah, you also go in the fridge. The only reason you weren't on a thumbnail before was because you're just a little too small, unfortunately. But what do we have here? I don't have a ton to offer as changes. You were pretty sick as you were. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Good work. We're having some incredibly high scores on the 2.0 rubric today. This is crazy. Good work, fellas. Boot dagger, but I hardly know her. Ever. Good work, fellas. Can we get a round of applause, please? Good work, Yuka. You're so cool. Pocket-sized guillotine. Oh my god, that would be intense. That would be very intense. Hang on. Did I accidentally just save that? Oh no, it is. Okay, Clip Studio. Perfect. So that's 4 we've looked at today. On to a 5th. I'm gonna eat a couple more pretzels and take a sippy of beverage in the meantime. Oh, I also didn't check off anything from that on the design bingo. Spirit. I would say a Dullahan is a type of spirit, as far as my bingo is concerned. Nothing else though. Darn it. I feel like I'm not gonna get bingo today, which is cruel and unusual and not kind. Shremates, has anyone gotten bingo yet? I'm close. I am... If we had a crop top, I would get bingo. If we had... Oh, I'd need more than one other thing to get bingo. But if I had a crop top, I'd get bingo. Not yet. Dang it. Dang it. Need a blob silhouette for bingo. The first one had a blob silhouette. You might not have been here yet, but it had a silhouette that was graded low enough that that would have counted. I think you win. Mika, good work. Yippee! Love your Halloween outfit, by the way. Thank you. I made it myself with the help of the shroommates designing it. Also, I mean, I designed it, but I also got help from the shroommates in designing it. I took inspiration. E.g. Hi, Rex. That's me. They're a... Huh? They're a what? I'm eating a pretzel. He, they. Ah! They may have changed since they submitted. That's good to know. Thank you. Not she, they. They may have been she, they in the submission form and may have changed since. Thank you for letting me know, though. Or it could also be a mistype. Good for him, good for them. Exactly. Rex, I love that you sent all of those as separate messages. E.g. They're a. He, they. On Twitter. Congrats on the gender. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna eat one more pretzel while you just observe what they look like. Also, has that really been peeking out this whole time? That's awful. Mary He Moss. Is that related to He-Man? Potentially, Zane. So this is Linny. Ooh. Peanut butter mouth. Linny Ki Takahashi. He, they, at Unlikely Linny. I'm greedy, I have all the pronouns. You're allowed. You get as many as you like, as a treat. From me to you, I say so. Linny is an evil billion-year-old eldritch entity confined to the rules of being human. I don't have any specific questions other than if the design is too simple. Since I'm not that great at designing, that was the best I could come up with. Lamau. They're active on Twitter and Twitch. Yes, they are still active. I believe I did witness that. So, we'll get into it here. I'm surprised they didn't really say anything about the plague mask at all, but I guess that is going to be relating to their eldritch entity angle that is happening. Space Queen, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Just take them from trans folks that won't be using their old ones, recycling. Oh, Zany, the way that first sentence was phrased, I was like, what do you mean take them? What do you mean? We're just recycling the old ones, the unused ones, the ones that they have moved on from, is what we're doing. We're not stealing them. Person who gets extra pronoun every time they defeat someone? Yeah, I would love that. Okay, so this design. The first thing that I want to say about it, thank you, I will take a drink. Probably that the attire could use more specificity. This is kind of like default pants, default like suit jacket, although it is a little longer, default tie, default shirt. We could use to jazz it up some. We could use to accessorize you some. We could use to find some specific references to pull from, because it does feel like you did draw the pants looking at a reference, draw the tie looking at a reference, draw the collar looking at a reference. But, we could accessorize. Yeah, specificity is just the word that we use to describe elements that are, specificity is making things more specific. It's just a different tense of a word. Specificity refers to making an element less generic, potentially. Okay, raven, crow, feathered shaped coat. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm talking about, Zany. Yes! Let me drink my sippy of water. The design changed. Oh, has it changed? Since they submitted? Let me find them. How much has it changed? Is it totally different, or they've just modified it, maybe? Let me see. Oh, they're a little more feathery. Now it seems like. And the eyes are a little bit more, it seems like they've got more color in their clothing, potentially. Wow, they make a lot of covers. Whoa. Lots of animation. No, they got a 2.0. Okay. Here's my thought then, though, because that is what makes things kind of difficult, is that I don't want to critique their 2.0 if that is not what they consented to. The model used in stream is still this one without the coat. Ah, okay. I'm just going to grab their 2.0 as a point of reference, though, because it seems like from this 2.0, they're already aware of and incorporating some of the things that I would have suggested. So if we look at this is already incorporating some of what I would have hoped for. More accessories and layering! The hair is more specific, and it's more feathery also. I do think they got rid of the mask, though, it seems like, maybe. Careful, look away. There is something that is gore adjacent happening with their eye, but I think that that is relating to their eldritch angle. It's kind of scary to look at. But I do think that this is an interesting interpretation and modification of the existing design. The cuts of the clothing are more interesting. The pinstriping adds some detail. Yeah, more jazzy now as well. I think the tied back hair makes sense too. Keeping it out of the way. I'm a fan of these modifications here. What happened to me? Is this the coffee? Yeah, join the Featherbrain army. So, I think they made a lot of good moves with the modifications to the design. We can continue editing this one though for further things to change. They're not monochromatic and gray anymore, but were they? I think they've made some of the necessary changes already with adding color in an interesting way. But I will say here, the face isn't really focal. Now the chest is focal, unfortunately. They might need to do something to make the face focal in that current version. We'll make our suggesting over here though. But yeah, wallet chain is a good thing to add. It could probably use a little more thickness. Actually, this would be impossible. I'm just gonna keep referring to this one. I'm at a moral crossroad here because critiquing this design is not likely to be as helpful as critiquing this design, but this design was not consented to be critiqued, which is troublesome. What do? I think what do is commend this design on the things they've improved, and then add just further suggestions that could be interesting on this one, maybe? Potentially? Oh, they've got the artist glove. I wonder if they drew their own art, potentially, because they could have. I believe it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with that. So, the things that I would commend the design on having changed, little bit more natural asymmetry happening here, which is good. The crow's head was a little bit extreme off the side of the head for asymmetry, but here having, you know, the shirt untucked on one side, the hair has some natural asymmetry from the hoge shape, having the hair be a little bit floofier and more feather-like. A couple pieces sticking out asymmetrically on the side of the head is good. The slouchier pants are giving us a more clear read on personality as well here too. You seem like a new, fresh, maybe detective here. Whereas here you feel like somebody who has been haunting the back of a jazz lounge for maybe like 2 or 3 decades. Also a little bit more ageless from the hair stylization here too. As well. Did the interesting eye thing stay? Not sure it did. It's like crosshairs in the eyes. A little bit of red in the eyes here too, but not as much. The eye shape is more specific, which is good also. Here. I'm not going to grade this one, but those I think are some of the benefits here. I'm going to get rid of it now, and we're going to talk about this one. So, as your previous version sort of picked up, you do need patterning somewhere. That is good. I still think that you could use more layering. You could use more specificity as well, still probably. And you could use another motif. So, right now there's eyeballs all over. In your other version, you made them larger, which was the right move. So I'm not going to edit them here because they are just a little bit small. But we could make the eye motif more integrated into other elements of the clothing. Generally. Well, oh, Space Queen, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Oh my god, did we really have 21 subs this stream? That's crazy. How did that happen? I guess that probably happened at the beginning? I guess I didn't count. Thank you. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us. That's a crazy number. What was I doing? Eyeballs. There is a style of button that I've seen before that is shaped like eyes, where they make them like this, and then they're hollow, or alternatively, they make them like this, and then because of where the buttonholes are placed, then the thread that goes across them becomes a pupil, which could be uncanny. Resubs? It could have been resubs, but I think it was also, there were a lot of gifted subs at the beginning of stream. Which, thank you. I appreciate still. I know I said thank you earlier, but thank you times 2. Thank you times 3, times 4, times 6, times 8. But yeah, incorporating eyes into being a greater motif in the design would be interesting. I didn't really pick a great color for this. It needs to be a little bit brighter. It's gonna be gold. As buttons where we can tell that, you know, the eyelet is... The eyelet. The way that is attached to the clothing is what's forming the iris of it, maybe, and that could be something that would be nice to repeat throughout the design, just so that eyes are more incorporated. Where's my transform button? Bam. Beautiful. Copy paste. Bam. Beautiful. Let me crush all that down to one layer, but more ways to incorporate eyes may be good. In your other design version, you've added stars as a motif, and I'm not sure why. Stars are a very common design motif in VTubers, so unless you have some astrological reference going on, I don't know if that would be an element that would serve you that well. I get that you are Eldritch, and maybe that is the connection to the stars, maybe? Yeah, Eldritch God from space, perhaps? And if that's the case, we could find interesting ways to incorporate the star into the design, where if we made the bottom of the tie sharper, like this. Now we're getting a little bit of a shape that is reminiscent of stars. One of my favorite accessories for formal adjacent attire are the collar pins that, or not collar pins, but I guess they are collar pins, that have like a chain or something on them that's connecting them. And you could have something that dangles across here. Your other version doesn't have a collar like this, but you could still have something where we have chain that is dangling, or just chain somewhere that feels like it has constellations happening in it. Like if I were to draw it here. If you have like bigger bits, those are stars. Have pieces hanging off of it that have other bits going on. Stars, constellations. Yeah, incorporating more. And good luck with your eepiness taking hold of you. Be careful, Nilo. It will grab you. It'll yank you when you least expect it. It sneaks up on you. It'll get you. I say that as somebody who has been very eepy lately. Imagine somebody putting stars on their fridge. Why not put stars on your fridge? You can put stars on your fridge. I'll permit it. But finding more varied ways of maybe incorporating the stars in design might be good. I wonder if there's some way we could combine stars and eyes too, where, you know, sharp eyelashes could have some overlap with star points, potentially, right? And then they add something to that sort of uncanny angle that we already tend to feel from eyes in designs, right? So now we're just repeating shapes more throughout the design. We're making eyes more specific to you as well, which are all good things to keep in mind when designing a character. There we go. Still have stuff to do. Do your stuff! I wish I had a hack for you to make you wake up. The best thing I have for you is if you have a piece of sour candy, put it in your mouth. It'll wake you up. Or a little bit of lemon. If you torture yourself just slightly with food, it'll make you more awake, I promise. 1, 2, eyes on me? My eyes are on you, Rex. Hi, I see you. Eyes. Make them pointy, maybe. Honestly, I don't mind the plague mask, but where it's so intensely angled off the side of your head right now is just a lot. It might be better if it pointed down some more, if you wanted to bring this back in your design in the future. It could just be a cool accessory. But like, if it was worn like, maybe like this. Oh! Imagine how mysterious it would be if you wore it over one eye also. Especially the eye where all of the other eyes are emanating from. Although it seems like I think you've made eyes emanate from both sides of your face now. But it could be an interesting accessory that's used to obscure things, potentially too. But, as I was saying, the need for more specificity. This feels like a plague mask as opposed to your plague mask also. There could be things that you can do to make this plague mask feel more specific to you if you wanted to bring it back into the design. You could add elements that are reminiscent of stars to it. How about a nice little bit of like trim or something? You could have like trim that's shaped like this on the tip of the beak, or we could replicate that really sharp star-like eyelash shape around the eyes, maybe. My brush is too big for what I'm trying to do. Ugh. I'm trying to make them sharp and intimidating. Instead, I got chunky. There we go. Sharp, sharp spires around the eye, perhaps. Let me clean it up just a little bit. If you want to make it truly something uncanny, you could add like some of those like lighter glows that you have in your eye. Lighter glows. You could add the colors you have in your eye as a lighter glow inside of this eye to make it feel like something might be watching you also in here. Oh, intimidating. Brush your teeth and rinse with cold water. That'll wake you. I can concur. The number of times I try and get ready to go to sleep, only to be abruptly, accidentally woken by the fact that my pipes did not produce warm enough water for me quickly enough. Oog. Not recommended. But, do you see here? We're making the mask more specific. Now, move these things up. Where, hang on, what was I doing? These things. Mask is a little bit more specific, got a little more interest going on with it now. It feels uncanny, it feels creepy, it feels like an artifact of some sort. Saggy pants, I think, were a good move, because it was adding more weight around the bottom of the legs, too. Pinstriping the shirt was good. The vest was decent, but yeah, think about the buttons, think about if you're going to have a tie or something like that, how we could shape that. Let me think, are there other things I might suggest here, too? If we want to do the star element. For an eldritch deity, I think all the eyeballs scattered throughout are a pretty decent way of telling your viewer that you aren't fully human. But I wonder if there could be more subtle things happening throughout that just slightly alert us that something is wrong. The eye bags in your updated version, I think, is doing that. But I wonder if there may be other things we can do as well. To make something uncanny, placing eyeballs in places we don't expect is a good way of doing it. Placing teeth in areas we don't expect is another good way of doing it. We tend to associate tentacle-like shapes with eldritch deities. I think it might also be important to decide what kind of eldritch deity you are, or what you are the deity of, potentially. If you came from the stars, what does that mean for the type of creature you are? I feel like it might almost be a fun design experiment to eldritchify like a Pokemon or a like Star Wars alien, and then use that as like an inspirational basis for how to add little like uncanny, slightly animalistic elements to a design. Yeah. Cthulhu is who we have to thank for thinking about tentacles as being eldritch-esque. But yeah, I think there could be more making you inhuman subtly, potentially. The model gives the same approach of paranormal that Chainsaw Man does. Monster in costume. Yes, it does feel a little bit costumey right now in this version. It doesn't feel costumey in their 2.0. Doesn't feel costumey there. But I still feel like we could have a little bit more subtle elements. Star Wars aliens are eldritch. Look at Sarlacc. Yeah! But I feel like you could even push them even more eldritch-y. But I don't know if I have anything off the top of my mind. Truly eldritch vacuum commercials. True. If you had a bunch of vacuum hoses, that would be eldritch-like, probably. If the eyes had weird things coming out of them, that would be eldritch. That's why I have weird dripping makeup. I have an eldritch nightmare happening within me, which is appearing throughout my eyes. But if some of these eyes like cried something dark that is like staining things, that would feel all the more uncanny too, potentially. The eyes are really small, but I didn't make them big. Why do you think black holes suck up so much? They're vacuums. Ah, ha, 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 I see. What if the human face was the mask instead of the plague mask? Ooh, interesting. That could be cool. I wonder how that might translate into their current design, but that is an intriguing idea. Also, if, like, not to just, like, 180 things, but, like, their current design has, I won't have you look at it just because it's a little bit uncanny. We'll move past it. But they have this half of the face that is sort of segmented and cut away so they can have stuff escaping their eye area. But what if, let me hide the mask on this one. Where is it? Is it this? Yeah. Here, they could have something that makes it seem like they're wearing some sort of mask over part of their face. That is a mask that is still human-like. A la Phantom of the Opera, maybe? What are those masks shaped like? His is shaped so that it's hiding mostly his mouth, I think, right? Or no, part of his mouth is visible. I need to look at masks. But it could just be that, like, you know, you have a mask that is covering most of your face. And then we can see that the mask isn't covering this part where we can more clearly see those eyes sneaking out from behind it. And then your neck and your arm, because they don't have a mask over them, where they're peeking out from underneath, that might feel kind of uncanny. And if I continue this in here, we can tell that it's an object that is overlapping the hair in this area. There we go. And if we did something like that, we could make the eyes even more different too, where this is like a very perfect, like, lovely eye, one that we would trust much more, and then this eye is maybe like more uncanny, more red in the sclera or something, but just more being done to it to make it feel unnatural. Like we're peeking behind the curtain a bit more here. This might also make more sense if I add shading. Let's see, multiply. Like here, so we can tell that this is an edge. Let me blend that out just a little bit. But that could be an interesting idea as well. There we go. Oh, that's scary. That's also very uncanny. Enjoy your snark, Mimi Sanizam. Thank you for stopping by. I will watch for the maybe sneak peek in the VOD. I'll allow it. I'll sneak peek at the end, so check the end of the VOD, perhaps, if you are looking. Chance of Fate, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Space Queen, I love your content. So many great tips and tricks. Don't usually watch this type of content. You make it entertaining, though. Found you a few months ago on YouTube. Thank you for inspiring me. Of course! I'm so glad I could inspire you. Thank you so much for the kind words, though. I'm so glad that I can make it interesting. I do worry from time to time. I'm like, is this not, like, boring and dull and dry, mayhaps? But, I am very reassured every time I hear that I'm glad I'm doing a good job of making it interesting. I may be a teacher yet. I think you need to call Markiplier for Eldritch reference. I don't think he looks very Eldritch. What do you mean? I know what you mean. Some star tattoos make you think the eyes are also a tattoo. That could be interesting. Things that make elements feel like they're being disguised, maybe. Might be nice as well. But yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting angles we could push this design down, but I think still the running idea is that we need more detail, another motif perhaps, if possible. If we want stars to be a motif, they need to be more integrated and have a little bit more variety to them. Don't just have it be a star. Think about how we can incorporate stars and the many different shapes and forms stars take into the design. How we can merge stars with other elements of the design and make it affect the physicality of the shapes of the clothing itself too. For silhouette, more asymmetry in subtle ways is always a good thing. So if some of the clothing is a little bit slouchier on one side or the other, that can be good. If we have things that are accessories that are more asymmetrical, that is also a good thing to add. This is kind of hard for me to go through because it's an updated design after, so I might start grading here, potentially. Come here from YouTube, I love the new model. Thank you! Technically, this is a new old model. We made this last year for Halloween, but I'm happy it's getting to come out of the closet for a month once more. Funny that it's almost gonna go away again already, too. I guess we could use it past Halloween, but, like, Halloween's next Friday. So, like, I feel funny that it only gets to hang out for, like, a month. And then we'll probably be, after a month from now, be moving to the winter model again, too. We'll be going back to my, skiing model, potentially. We have a Shroom State Halloween party. I will be live on Halloween, potentially. I haven't figured out what I want to do for Halloween. We're gonna yap about it this Friday and figure out what we want to do for it. Last year we had an odd idea for it. This year we'll see if we can come up with something else for it, maybe. Why is time making so fast? I don't know. For a color palette, you made the right call in adding a color here, perhaps, but if you're not going to add a color, have more color undertones. Your new version has color undertones. Your hair is blue undertone, your vest and your pants are purple undertone. It's the right move to make. But in the version of the model that I'm grading, you've got blues, but it's the same blue more or less everywhere, including your hair, with like more variety. I'm not having any trouble reading edges though. For silhouette, I would like more variety, more exaggeration in your hair shape like you have done, more weight somewhere in the silhouette, more layers, more accessories. 4, complexity versus clarity. I think you're a little bit under-designed still. I think you could use, as I was saying, more layers. You could still use potentially another motif. And on top of that, we could incorporate more Eldritch ideas into the design. We could disguise the Eldritch ideas more too if we had tattoos to make the eyes seem like they might be tattooed. We could have, I still feel like the fingertips darkening thing is something that I tend to be favorable towards that you have removed, that could come back. But finding more ways to increase the subtle uncanniness is always a good thing. You've got very normal teeth. Your teeth could use to be less normal, maybe. But yeah. 4, focal point. The way that you were prior to my edits. Oh, wait, where is my... Did I actually just completely wreck your beak? I think I did. Sorry. For silhouette. Your mask was really the only thing adding to silhouette, because your body had a pretty generic silhouette from being just formal wear. So you've increased your silhouette with your hair in your other version, which is good, but I would suggest adding more weight. Oh, focal point was what I was supposed to be talking about. Your head is focal because it's the only thing with a peach undertone here, and the black area of the mask and how sharp it is does lead our eye there. The higher level of rendering in the hair also helps. So I would say the face is pretty focal. And I think that's probably a grade. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? That sounds about right. Yippee! What is a not scary Halloween themed game? I don't know. We could? Because I have Little Nightmares 2. We played Little Nightmares 1. I have Little Nightmares 2. So I could play that, because I survived Little Nightmares 1. I got them together, maybe. I won't finish it, but I could start it on Halloween, and that is a scary game, but it's one that I know I can get through, maybe. I got through the first one, despite being a little bit of a weenie about it. But yeah, we can talk about it on Friday, which we should play for Halloween, maybe. Then Little Nightmares 3 the next year, a yearly tradition. Maybe! We played Little Nightmares 1 last winter, though, so not for Halloween, but maybe. I haven't played a single scary game this month. We should do, on Monday, probably monster-themed VTuber design critiques. But yeah, we'll figure stuff out for that for next week. Yeah. But did we ladder? No, we didn't. I forgot. Round of applause, please! You can have that one. I'll let you have that one. I'll draw a ladder. But I think the ladder is going to reinforce that we're just a little bit under-designed right now. Hang on, that's too high. There we go, okay. Honestly, not that climbable of a ladder. I thought it was gonna be more climbable, given the blocking of the body, but that's a nice big gap. There's some nice clustering around the head, diagonal movement. Honestly, not bad. Pretty decent ladder situation. Let me save that one. And look at that, we may get to a 6th design tier today. Design is a monster, hooray. I'll have to download some more monsters. I don't think I've downloaded, or not downloaded, but like sorted for more bandages, or not bandages, more monsters. Speaking of EG, didn't Yuki Ice Thorn's bandage top technically count as a crop top, thus give you bingo? Oh my god, wait, Amber, you're right. Amber, you're right. So I got bingo and only 4! Uniform outfit, mismatched hair clips, hair vents, crop top, free space! Wait, you can't see, my big ol' head's in the way. Look at that! I got bingo! This rarely happens. Fantastic, this makes my Monday. How many designs? We just did a 5th design, but that previous design we just looked at, I didn't add any, I don't think checks any of these boxes that were on here. My bingo was only with 4 of the designs. Are you clapping for me for getting bingo? Thank you, thank you, wow! Thank you, I worked incredibly hard for this. I got an A+ in bingo school, which is a totally normal thing to want and achieve. More close-up of your face, Squiiji, to admire the paint job. Thanks. Here, you can look at, wait, hang on. Look how much time and effort I spent painting my face. Look at my neck. Do you see how much unnecessary detail I put into the rendering for this outfit? Why did I do that? I spent so long rendering this model for Halloween. Look at all of these individually rendered mushrooms. What is wrong with me? Like, every single little bit of this has so much rendering happening on it. Why am I like this? Why did I do this? Also, I guess looking this close at some of those things, they're a little bit low res. But you never know that, because we don't look at me that closely. Super cool, red ears seem like a bold choice. It's because I put all the warm parts of the design around my face. So then my face is focal. My ears are only red because my blush just sort of dissolves into them in a strange manner. Play Call to the Lamb for Halloween if EG's heart is not better. Oh, wait, hang on. You do raise a good point, Hoshi, which is, should I really, realistically, healthily be playing Little Nightmares 2? Because a lot of those segments are very fear-inspiring. I was scared. I got jump scared a bunch in Little Nightmares 1, maybe. Heart, what happened? Oh, I've been recovering from some strange heart going on. I've got sinus tachycardia. I've got really elevated heart rate for no known reason currently. Yeah, we don't need another hospital visit. I went to the ER a couple of weeks ago, and also last week. For a little bit of heart nonsense. I'm feeling 50% today. I'm putting on a pretty good, strong face. I am a very strong EG, but I'm doing my best. Cult of the Lamb for Halloween. Cult of the Lamb was theoretically going to be a part of the partner celebration things. But maybe I could move it forward to that. We'll see. Maybe. Thank you for the well wishes, though, Chili. I appreciate it. Yeah, no more hospital visits. Never mind then. We can talk about it. We can talk about it on Friday. We can discuss. But why don't we look at our last design? Because I don't want to go too over, but I would like to look at a 6th design. We got 15 minutes left. That's plenty of time to at least get going on a final design. This is Kohaku Tora, she, her, at Ballistic Wolfie. Rex, I don't know if you looked them up already, but I know they still exist and still are active on Twitter in some capacity, though not sure how much of it is in a VTubing capacity. Yeah, they are active on Twitter. So, this character is more of a representation of me. Cool. I think most of our characters are in some capacity a representation of ourselves, but hearing about what might be inspiring the concept may also benefit us here. So I'm going to be making guesses instead. So, I think you're a tiger. And I think you're a tiger who is dressing in a techwear adjacent manner. And I think that is most of what I'm getting as far as concept goes. There's something interesting. Ooh, hiccup. Oh, sorry. Something interesting going on with the way that you are inverting the stripe colors and the dark and light areas across the body, which adds asymmetry not in silhouette but in coloring style, which is interesting. And also, some of the exaggeration happening in the claws and in these shoes is really fantastic. I am a huge fan of the shoes. I'm here for it. But I think we could get more of this exaggeration into more areas of the design. How interesting would it be if your pants were way baggier, so we could really exaggerate that lower body silhouette? You could still have them pull in real tight around the ankle so that we get that contrast moment there, but like, what if they were just way baggier? I feel like I accidentally give a lot of VTubers something that feels almost like, what do you call it, like Jinko jeans or like trap pants adjacent pants, but they're good for silhouette. They look corny on real people, but they look crazy on VTuber designs because we're more stylized. It works better. We're willing to accept it more. It's less silly. Dang, want to have a big animalistic VTuber model? Might have to change that. You can have a big animalistic VTuber model. Go for it. You can. Expanded, mine too. Huh? Oh, expanded? I do. I tend to expand the bottom edge of pants just because it's good for visual weight a lot of the time. So, pants. Maybe wider. I do appreciate the knee pads though. That's an element that feels pretty specific. I'm a fan of that. For the clothing though, I still feel like you could have more layers to it. You could have some accessories, mayhaps. If you want to go for that techwear adjacent angle, you feel like you're somewhere between athleisure and techwear, we could have more accessories that are supporting that. You've got these really angular shapes in your shoes and in your gloves. You could have a really big chunky belt on or something like that, and that could be neat. Big chunky zipper also. That feels more like designed up. If it had like layering to it. Oh, crazy, right? Me-chan, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Whoops, hang on. I'm using things that aren't colors. Try again, EG. Hang on. I'm just making things. This is in no way a final design for something, but like, do we see how much more specific this zipper feels than that zipper? Now it feels like you have a custom zipper, which is what we want. In a VTuber design, we want to feel like most of the articles of clothing are custom to you. They're made just for you. Moki Momai, thank you for following too. I appreciate it. At a distance, I almost see panda. I can see maybe why that is happening. And it might be the fact that, you know, from a distance, if I zoom out, the amount of black is making the arms and legs read black, and then the chest is white, which we associate with pandas having that white belly. And then the ears aren't very big. I feel like we could just exaggerate the ears a little more to greater effect, because your lion-like elements, or your tiger-like elements are all pretty big. And if we make them even bigger, then we'll read them more clearly from a distance, so then we'll be less likely to assume that you are a bear of some kind. Horizontal. I think the shape of them is already specific enough, though, that we're not going to mistaken them as being bear-shaped ears, but that's going to read more from a distance. More exaggeration. Just when I was already following, don't worry about it. I do that constantly all the time, and I'm so embarrassed every time it happens. The number of people who I've been following on Twitter for sometimes years, and then I realize I'm not following on Twitch or following on YouTube or something. Horrifying, terrifying. It happens to all of us, and I think because, you know, I'm not bothered by it, that other people won't be, but I know that's hard to put through your head. But it's okay, don't worry about it. What if the zipper was a tiger paw or the claws they have on? That could be an interesting idea. Could make it spiked. Bam, now this is a claw. Now it's a techwear adjacent claw. Put some stripes in the tummy, even just a few, would minimize the panda look. Yeah, we could have more tactical pockets. Maybe that's goofy. I like the idea of the pockets mimicking the stripes that the tiger would have. I feel like that might be a creative way of making something that's adjacent to a stripe without having to cover everything with stripes. Does adding a second one help some? I think that's helping a little bit, maybe. Love it, to be honest. It's not too corny, I don't think. One of the other things that I think may also benefit us reading this as a tiger as opposed to a panda is making it fluffier, maybe. Where not every element has to be perfectly sleek and flat. Where if we had, you know, I don't know if the collar is the right place to do it, but if there were some areas that felt like really like sharp pieces of fur, that would also help distance this from a panda bear, because we tend to associate panda bears with being pretty sleek in their fur. Their fur is all pretty close to the body. But tigers and lions we tend to assume as being a little more aggressive, so having those sharper angles might convey it better too. This claw, almost impossible to dress or zip up your jacket. Yeah. Split of the leg seems quite high. A little bit. But I think it's just because the hem of the jacket is low. I think that there might just not be a lot of pelvis happening here right now. Because doing that actually makes the legs feel short. This may be a situation where I need to like push the torso up just a little bit. Hello? Did it do anything? Oh, there we go. It wasn't really listening to me. There we go. Whoops, I've only been using one layer here for this one, which is not helpful. There we go, and then if I drop this just a little bit, that feels just a little bit more natural for lengths of things, mayhaps. Cool if the hair flares out by the jaw like a tiger's cheek fluffs did. Yeah! Like if these bits were, woo, hang on. Going like this a little bit more, you mean? In this area? Potentially. Ooh, I do think from a silhouette standpoint that is helping. That was a good suggestion. Add the sharper fur idea. Yeah, hang on. You're onto something there for sure. That's working for me. And then we can make it asymmetrical potentially in some way. Where like if I go... Make that sharper and then like this one can... Hang on, go like... That. Yeah, that is feeling more cat-like. We're creating a clearer shape around the head too, where here the head's a little bit rounded, but now we're getting this strong diamond shape from the head, which feels just a little bit more aggressive. I'm a fan of that. That works for me. I have a potentially controversial suggestion for the glasses. It's not gonna be controversial, but it's gonna be an EG suggestion. The blue glasses frames. Right now, they don't read super well from a distance. I can tell you're wearing glasses, but there's just so many lines in such a small part of the body. From the hair has stripes, the glasses, everything's all on top of each other. I may suggest a slight redesign of the glasses, where maybe we push the bridge to being like a flat, dark color. The nose bridge should also probably be centered between the lenses, but... This is crazy. The cat eye one. Half glasses to look like tiger stripes. These are all potentially suggestions that I had in mind. Cat eye glasses may be fun. I was going to suggest a frame change, potentially. Half glasses look like tiger stripes I hadn't thought of. I was going to suggest that if you want to have glasses in this part of the body, we could... Hang on, bear with me. I'm just covering things right now. Make these fashion glasses, potentially. This is a very EG suggestion. I do still think that having a more specific shape than circles would be beneficial here, but just consider. consider. Bear with me. There's not actually bear with me. This is a cat that's with me. But if this was... Yeah, hard light layer, please. Oh, wait, hang on. That's kind of weird. I don't know why it's not working the way I thought it would work. Is it not saturated enough? Yeah, wait, there we go. That's what I wanted. Just fully filled in blue glasses, maybe. As opposed to being blue glasses that are just a frame. Because if you want to have gold eyes aren't a bad choice. Looks at my bingo, checks off gold eyes. That does not give me another bingo, unfortunately. And the fact that you don't have much color elsewhere in the design does make them a little bit more focal. But were it not for your background colors right now, which are sort of distracting us, let me cover them. So that way they're not going to be competing with that blue. This is why I will say it's kind of tough when you display a character on a non-neutral background for a reference. Put this here. Oh, there's more things happening. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Sample this, and then also this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. I'm going to lengths to make my point here. Bam. Okay. Now this will make it clear that we are making the eyes more focal by adding these blue lenses here. Giving Vash style tinted glasses. Yeah, that's the classic EG move. Honestly, it's even more like what I look like right now. I don't usually wear blue round glasses. I usually wear orange round glasses. But in this case, round glasses, we could make them a more specific shape, which is what I suffer from. My glasses aren't a very specific shape. But it is something that will make your face more focal, perhaps. It will cut down on the number of lines that we're seeing around your eyes right now, because there's a lot. It's a little bit overwhelming. Here, I can still put some of those lines back in. But it'll just make your eyes even more focal. Put that back in there. Put these little lines back in there. You've got hair behind there. Put this up here. Let me make this normal so I can get the color it is again. Wow, blue. Bam. And you could put like teal or turquoise as like highlights on it too. Like what if like, hang on, more saturated, more saturated. Bam. Looks really crazy. Wait until I turn the saturation down, then it'll be fine. It'll all make sense. Just wait, just wait. Hard light. Nope, not soft light. Hard light. Bam. Look at that. We're looking you right in the eye now. Eye contact is being made. Red or pink tinted glasses maybe too. Could do that. If you want gold to be the color that is your accent color as opposed to blue. Whoa, wait, that's kind of cool too, making it really strong. But you could edit tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. Honestly, any of these colors might work. The way that I did my hue choices might make this a little bit funny to color pick from right now, but you could make the glasses themselves gold too. It's a lot of varieties. Wow, I sure love Squiiji. Thank you for being here for 3 days. I'm sure all of you have been here for, not all of you, but I'm sure a lot of you have been here for more than 3 days. Twitch is like, only 3 days. We finally got streaks. Finally got streaks. But yeah, gold. Also, a little bit more of that gold, if distributed throughout the design, could be just a nice touch. Right now, you don't have a lot going for color undertone, but you could have just like little like asymmetrical things that are that gold color. Like here's the bottom of your zipper area thing. Here's like the little like buttons on your bags or something. Here is like some part of your buckle. Here is like maybe you like lost one of your toenails, so you have a prosthetic replacement made out of gold, the way that we replace our teeth with gold. Maybe your fingertips have gold on them emanating in some way or something. Maybe this orange comes back somewhere subtly. But I do think that this is a design that is going to be begging for just a little more color. You go like this and then blur it out and then turn it down to make it a lot more subtle. Because right now this is going to be real distracting. But there. And then I'm going to grab this color and put it on here in a similar manner. We're going for repetition right now. Bam, look at that. And now we're adding just a little bit more interest throughout the design with colors. Whap, 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 whap. Whoops, I've accidentally turned on the blue layer there again. Okay, but yeah, there we go. Between the claw and the palm. What, between the claw and the palm? What are you saying, Cotton Candy Floss? Did I miss something? Oh, thank you for your watch streak. Also, Sade's watch streak. We're all new viewers, actually. First impression. None of you have ever met me before. This is the first time we've ever met. Like, cats have. Oh, you mean, like, having the paw pad. Like, hang on, if I go, like... Nope. Like this, in the center of the hand? Or something similar to that? Is that what you mean? Hang on, I might want to do it in this color. Oink. Yes? Color? Oh, Zany, thank you for gifting a sub to Mura-sensei. It's very kind of you. Can we please rotate for Zany? Thank you, Zany. Yippee. Wait, I can rotate. Wee. That's, in case you're wondering, that is the noise that is made when you send type emotes. Never seen EG before, not digitally and certainly never physically. No. Couldn't be possible. No one's ever seen Squiiji before. I don't exist. Like a claw sheath? Oh? Claw sheath. Oh, Zany, welcome back! Zany, I was wondering, I was like, are you subscribed right now and you gifted a sub? There's a couple of shroommates who don't have subs themselves, but are very kind and gift others subs, and I'm like, but you have ads. But thank you for resubscribing, Zany. Welcome back for 13 months. Crazy, incredible amount of time. I hope you enjoy your continued rotation with us. Thank you. I do think paw pads are a good idea, though. Sheets for claws. I'm not sure how that would work for the design. Because a claw sheath for a cat is like, they just have like the big toe part that the claw recedes up into, right? Maybe there's some way we can make that work? But I do think we're doing something good with the variety of colors we are now distributed throughout the design. What does EG even look like? I don't know. I don't even have eyes. I don't know what EG could possibly look like. My eyes are currently clearly bleeding some kind of horrible dark nonsense. I don't know what I look like. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what anything looks like. We're looking at things right now, and I don't believe that it's possible. Anyways, as I was saying, for color, we may want to add a color undertone to the black and white areas of the design as well, especially in the hair, so that way the hair can be special. The hair is the same white as all the other elements in the clothing are. So, what would happen if I were to just say, oh, you know what? What if a little bit of just like subtle teal in the hair? Let's see if I can do this, like in the underside of the hair even. Then we can blend it out. But wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be just like a nice little bit of interest around the head? There we go. Putting the shading kind of strong, but look at that. Do you see how much more contrast that is adding to the face? It's making the face pop even more now. And similarly, we could potentially replace some of the stripes in the hair with this, just because they're really stark and they're so close to the color of the line art that they don't read very clearly in the hair, unfortunately. So I may just go for, hang on, make this the full darkness again, this, and say, okay, well, we could make our stripes like this in here, and then there were kind of stripes coming in this direction across with these pieces of hair too. but then it's just like a little bit less visually overwhelming, the amount of things happening in the hair. Let's see, head, more focal. Woo! Friend knows it's illegal to look at EG. Yeah, not permitted. Not at all. Not even slightly. Sheath-like for a knife, but for claws. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about if we had like some sort of like glove hanging on the waist that you could pick up and put over the fingers for safety reasons? I'm guessing that these may be removable with the gloves themselves. I don't think the fingers are actually that long, but I actually don't know. Who does know? Certainly not I. Oh, for color undertones. I do think that we could use something for the pants, but if brown for an undertone. Color. Pour some of the dark elements. And it doesn't have to be super intense, just a little bit. Like that, where that's barely even there. Right? And then, you know, we could leave the hem still straight black, but then, like, we could make some of the accessories have a little bit of a brown undertone. Maybe the collar has a little bit of brown undertone to it. Maybe the fingers of the glove has a slight brown undertone, but that's adding just a little bit of interest. These white areas, what if some of them, I don't use the blue, but some of them could have, like, the yellow or orange undertone subtly. I'm gonna turn it down, it's not gonna be this strong. Like this. So then it's just slightly more different. Bam, and then like maybe this glove has that also on it. And like maybe this has it. But these are such little like subtle things, but they add just a little bit of something. Your shading colors can add a lot too. Yeah. So I think those are most of the critiques that I have here. Let me look at the rubric and see if I missed anything. So for color, I think that you could be using color more effectively throughout. The fact that everything is really directly black and white for the most part is just leaving a little bit to be desired in the interest department. If you had midtones in grays, that would help. Also, just distribute a little bit of color throughout. The colors can all be 10% or less of the design, but just a little bit of it goes a long way sometimes, especially in the face and around your head. For silhouette, it wasn't bad the way that it was. The claws were great, the shoes were great, the ahoge was good, but we could still have more exaggeration from your hair, making it more tiger-like at the sides, making your ears even bigger to match your claws in your shoes, making your pants flare making your pants flare a little bit so that you have more weight in your silhouette in the lower part of the body. You're also relatively symmetrical, but you have a lot going on, so I wouldn't necessarily want you to be that much less symmetrical. If you just had little pops of elements that were adding more asymmetry, little bits of color in the design that are less symmetrical. Maybe if your hair isn't perfectly symmetrical on the sides, that would help. Your color asymmetry does something at least, but silhouette's pretty close. For complexity versus clarity, I do think that the quantity of stripes might just be a little bit extreme right now. It's a little bit difficult to look at, and you may benefit from being just slightly less high contrast. I didn't really do anything about that in my edits to your design, but this doesn't have to be quite so dark. This could be a little bit lighter. This could be a little bit darker, just hair, just a smidge. We'll still understand that you're a tiger, but it's just that the contrast is so high and there's so much pattern, it just ends up being a little bit overwhelming to look at, unfortunately. So I'd probably put it here. Some of your details could use to be more specific, but you're a little bit difficult to look at because you have too many details in the stripes. Tiger stripes are supposed to make them more difficult to look at. True, but a VTuber should not be hard to look at. I feel like that would be something that is unfortunately actively acting against you in your branding if you are trying to be the way that a tiger realistically is, unfortunately. For focal point, the way that you were, your gold eyes were at least slightly focal, but we can make your head much more focal through subtle hue changes, making your glasses a flatter color, adding more clarity to your hair, and reducing the number of dark lines in it. So I think that some work needed to be done around your head specifically. But for concept and motifs, you're a tiger. I see that. You're you. You said that. I do think you might benefit from having another angle. I wonder if you're like a tiger like vigilante or like a tiger superhero or something. Because that's what I'm getting a little bit from your gloves and your shoes, although maybe you're a villain. Don't know. But if you were to clarify what that concept is, I think that might be beneficial to you. But otherwise, I'd say you have all the correct makings of a tiger. I see them. I can understand your design for the most part. Just a little more depth, maybe. But I would say that's probably my grade. Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. Sounds about right to me. Where's my brush? Good work! Also ladder. I started off so strong with remembering to do ladder tests. And then I totally lost it and forgot. Oh, hang on. A little bit of banding happening there. I added that line. Oh, your sleeves are gonna make this really hard. I'm gonna assume that your gloves are gonna be like here ish, and your fingers are really long. So like that might make sense. Top of your pocket, bottom of your, what do you call it? Zipper, top of that thing, top of shoulder, your chin, bottom of your glasses, top of your glasses. Your ears I made bigger, so I'm just gonna make it a little shorter, and then top of your hoge. Not the most dangerous ladder of all time. By the way, they wrote tiger wrong. Did they spell tiger incorrectly? Where? Is it in the Japanese? Missing a stroke. Oh, up here. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, is it this one? Where's the stroke missing? Could do an edit. But dangerous ladder. Could use a little more asymmetry or some sort of diagonal movement, but not bad by any means. Did we do a round of applause? We could do a little more round of applause for them. Good work! Line between the two... Oh, here? Like this? Is that what you mean? If I interpreted that correctly, I'm gonna be so proud of myself. Oh, wait. Oh, line not vertically. Like this, connecting them. There we go. No, Lamau. I tried. I tried my best, okay? Sometimes you try your best and you don't succeed. Sometimes you're EG. It's okay. Now I think I got it, though. Yeah. Yeah, that seems right. 50-50 chance? Yeah! Yeah. But there we go. Good work. That was 6 designs today, wasn't it? I believe that was 6. Are you proud of me? I don't know when the last time I did 6 designs was. I locked in today. I worked hard. Prediction. We can pay out. Impressive? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Wait. 83% of you guessed 4? Oh my god, you had no faith in me. That's a crazy redistribution of wealth in the shroom state going on right now. That's several thousand to not very many people. Hang on, will it show me? 10K go to just cotton candy floss and Chocorama. They got probably close to 5K each. Oh my god. Thank you for having faith in me. That is crazy. I bet you are rich, huh? When you did the speed runs, you did quite a few. That's true, but that was speed runs. Today was a normal day, and we still did a lot, which I'm proud of myself for. So here, I'm going to show you I'm not really showing. You're gonna be listening to a sneak peek. I gotta figure out if it'll capture it though. I'm not gonna show you it. You can't see it with your eyes because it'll reveal what it is. Actually, it might not. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, wait, it's putting it on this monitor. That's helpful. I don't think you can see it, though. I think I'm only Yep, correct. Okay. I gotta let it load. You're gonna get to listen to something since you all were A, very good today while I was away also, and B, very kind in the gifting of subs. So I'll show you a little sneak peek of something. When by show, I mean let your ears perceive. Want you to be quiet, sit down and listen, yes. Oh, hang on, the program is struggling to load right now and it might be because I'm streaming. Okay, there we go. Let me pause the background music. Let me see if this program is being captured in my audio overlays. Let's see if I hit play. Will it work? Let's see. Oh, let me turn all of my functions back on for it. This is not a mixed piece of audio. It's not mixed. So don't have anything to say about it. Let's see. Is this gonna show up anywhere? Let me be quiet. No. I don't think it's playing anywhere that it's able to be captured. Okay, let me create an audio source for it just really quick. Application audio capture. This is waveform, which is, I guess, your only hint at what I'm doing. I guess your hint is that there's something happening that might be something you listen to that you can hear with your ears. Let's see. Can I capture waveform? Oh, it knows! Cool. Okay. I'll give you a little bit of listen to it. Let's see if this works. It might be loud. Let me turn it down first. Let's see how loud it is for all of you. Ready? Ready? Are we ready? Are we sat down? Do we have our ears open? Are we listening? I did this myself. I had music theory knowledge when I was like a 5th grader, and I forgot most of it, and then I relearned a lot of it, and then I forgot it again, and then I tried my best. So, let's see. How loud is this? Why can't I hear it now? I don't think you heard anything, and I also heard nothing. Hang on, try again. No, not E.G. Utao, but that would be cool. Not quite. Oh, it is working. So, this is not something I wrote myself. This is something that I have, what is the word? Transcribed? That's your hint. Lovely soothing? Yeah, it's for something that I am making. If you recognize the song, keep your lips zipped. Don't say what it is. But that was our sneak peek of something. I have transcribed audio for a song, and I am doing the other things that also go into things that relate to songs that VTubers do sometimes. I think I am also finally going to achieve a donathon reward that is over a year old at this point. I think there was a donathon reward that this relates to, if I am not mistaken. So this has been in the works for probably a really long time. But it was really slow. Because it is many things that I don't have a lot of skill in, that I had to learn from scratch, and also many things that I can't afford to pay other people to do, so I was doing them myself, so I was learning. Yeah, peak sneaking. So you just got to hear the intro and the beginning of the verse progression of the thing that I transcribed, which is a part of the bigger project, and the project is going to release during our, during the partner celebration in a couple of weeks, maybe. So you'll see. The thing that needs to be tied up with this is I need to mix it. That was only the instrumental. There is other stuff. You'll see. No, I'm not collabing with Pink Pantheress. That'd be wild. Can you imagine? And have you spoke about it perchance that I'm working on this? Maybe? If I have not alluded to it properly, I'm working on a cover. I think I've mentioned that before. That is the Donathon thing. I don't have to be that cryptic. It's a cover. You don't know what it is. If you don't recognize the song, that's fine. If you do recognize the song, don't tell anyone. Well, you'll see what it is. You'll see what it is. It's from an anime that I like. It's not from Trigun. But anyways, thank you for being good today. I need to take care of myself. I need to eat and drink, and I've received several texts from my parents in the last, like, 3 minutes that I was sitting here. Very wrong. Don't worry, you're okay, Selma. If you guess incorrectly, that's fine. But I need to eat and drink and also hang out with my Joby and also figure out why my parents are texting me. But thank you all for hanging out with me today. Oh no, not Minecraft. Minecraft is happening anyway during that week, but this is not related to Minecraft. When are we doing the Gajinkas? I don't know if that's how you spell that. That's next Thursday is when we're doing the stream for that. Yeah. But, YouTube fellas, shrew me later. I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for being here. If you guys would like to come on Wednesday, I'm streaming at 9:30 a.m. EST, which is probably a really crazy time for most of you. Very different. But you should come, stop by, and see also another weird sneak peek. But thank you for being here today. I will see you later. Bye. And then Twitch fellas.